Ladies and gentlemen, and dear colleagues all over the world connected by the internet, welcome to the EUSCREEN final dissemination meeting. The mayor of Zaanstad, where we are the guest these 2 days, Jan Hamming, will open the Congress, and may I invite you.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the City Council of Zaanstad, warm welcome here. We arranged some good weather conditions. Welcome to Zaanstad. Great that the Congress on Cost Effectiveness of Vision and Hearing Screening of Young Children is organized in Zaandam. Zaandam is a part of Zaanstad and a perfect location for a conference on this subject for 2 reasons. First, Zaandam is very suited to organize a medical congress in general. And secondly, Zaandam has a great history with preventive health care for children that goes back to 1904. Let's start with the first. Zaandam has a unique venues like the church for congresses or small or medium size. There are many good hotels near the train station, which is a 10 minutes walk from here and 10 minutes ride from Amsterdam. The train takes you to Schiphol Airport in 20 minutes and to the center of Amsterdam in 10 minutes. And a bus line takes you in 10 minutes to the world-famous Zaanse Schans. Have you been there already? Okay, it's a worthwhile trip with plenty of windmills, historic wooden houses and the Zaans Museum. But also the center of Zaandam has become an attractive place to stay with many shops, restaurants and cafes. So welcome. And in addition to these practical advantages, there is another most important reason that Zaandam is the best place for this conference. You are going to talk about the cost effectiveness of vision and hearing screening of young children in all countries in Europe and outside. But did you know that in the Netherlands, school doctors and vision screening of young children first started just 250 meters from here in the Botermaker Street 89. In 1901, the school teacher Hipma from the Park Street School, 250 meters from here, wrote a letter to the Council of Zaandam asking for a school doctor. In those days, many children had head sore, a very infectious fungus infection of the head. And they were sent from home, from school, by the school teachers, but they often did not get better. And they hung around in the streets and did not go to school for months. And the council ignored Hipma's requests, but in 1902 he wrote again a letter, this time supported by all family doctors in Zaandam and by the Dutch Union of School Teachers. In 1903, Mr. Elias, a lawyer, became mayor of Zaandam. Earlier, he had contended that the appointment of factory and school doctors by the government would benefit the working class. So in 1904, the debate started again. And at the first voting round, the votes were tight, 9 against 9. The Catholics and the Reformed were against, but because it was too expensive and healthcare was a matter of family life. But the liberals, including the great-grandfather of Dr. Simons, who organizes this congress, were in favor. With the vote of Mr. Verkade, of the famous cookies, also located in this street, Westzijde, the director of the Verkade biscuits, also a liberal in the next rounds, it was done. On April 1st, 1904, Cornelis Jan van der Loo was appointed as the first school doctor in the Netherlands. He practiced at the Botermakerstraat 89, just 250 meters from here. Some of his tasks were to judge the physical condition of the pupils, to detect infectious diseases, to educate teachers about hygiene, and to determining the pupils' eyesight. Can the child see on the blackboard? That is what you will talk about today and tomorrow. So what better place to hold this Congress than in the place where it all started. Welcome again. I thank the organization for the confidence in our city. Thank you to all attendees, both physical and digital, for being here with us. And I wish everyone a beautiful and educational Congress, and I hope to see you again soon in our beautiful Zaanstad, especially also in the Zaanse Schans. Welcome and have a good 2 days.
Thank you very much for your opening address, Mr. Hanning. Now, Marius Romein, our former pharmacist, will explain something about the history of this church, and he will tell you why there is sand on the floor. The sand has been here since it was built in 1687. Marius.
Member, and I'll try to tell shortly about the Anabaptists or Mennonites and about this building. Mennonites were present in the Netherlands since 1530, almost 5 centuries ago, and their main characteristics in that time was biblical believers' baptism, not baptism of children or babies even, a congregation without spot or wrinkle, that's biblical quotation, would be the guarantee for the salvation of one's soul. They were often defenseless, not all of them. And their yes was yes and their no was no, so they didn't take an oath. They refused that. And one can wonder why this was spread so rapidly in this area, especially here in North Holland. My theory about that, in the century before, Wessel Gansfort was a biblical humanist. He lived from 1420 till 1489, and he developed a symbolical idea about the Mass, and that was very revolutionary in that time. He rejected also transubstantiation, so that wine and bread would be blood and body of Christ. This became rather popular and was called sacramentism. That's a strange name. It should have been anti-sacramentism, of course, and via a person whom this convinced Zwingli in Switzerland, a reformer over there, and via him the Swiss Anabaptists, who started as pupils of followers of Zwingli. And this part of Anabaptism was quite acceptable for the sacramentists here. But the last group, the sacramentists, did however not reject the baptism of infants like the Anabaptists or Mennonites did. Well, they spread from Zurich, 1525, where Zwingli was active, eventually over more continents, and now in the whole world there are about 2 million persons, so it's not large, but it has some significance. In the Netherlands and northern Germany, nowadays, those followers are rather liberal. from the 19th century onwards. But in this country, I will also want to tell every local Anabaptist community is autonomous. So we are not a church in that sense of a central government. Then picture 1 can be shown. Yes, I see it. A church tower with 3 cages. There was an attempt of the Anabaptists, especially from the Netherlands, to found the kingdom of God in Münster in Westphalen, not very far from here. 1534 it started and it lasted about 1 year. And they did not reject violence, but used it. And well, after it was taken back by the bishop, who had been out of the city with his troops, there was heavy persecution, the persecution was also here in this country. In this country, more than 1,000 Anabaptists as martyrs. But in Münster was so over, and in 1536, so 1 year later on, Menno Simons, the pastor of Witmarsum, of the Catholic Church before that time, joined them. But he, Menno Simons, is not the founder, and he was not the only leader like people often think. Probably the cause of that is that he published a lot. But so in many countries the followers are called Mennonites, but here they are call themselves Anabaptist, doopsgezinden. Picture 2 can be, you see there the cages where the bodies of the most important leaders were shown to the public as a warning. Never follow that. Yes, that's the picture of Menno Simons. He could not walk very easily, so therefore the crook. The Mennonites in the Netherlands were soon divided, mainly about way of life, less about doctrine, like it was later on in the Calvinist churches. And from 1581, they were tolerated by the government instead of persecuted. At that time, the government was Protestant and not Catholic anymore here. From 1672, they were even recognized in a way, and from 1795, the French time as we call it, they got equal rights. So I called already Calvinism. That was a bit later, around 1560, but it became eventually the most important Protestant movement in this country. Zaandam, this formerly 2 villages, later on it was called a city by Napoleon. There were in the 17th century 6 different Mennonite denominations, so they were rather divided. But in 1687, the so-called Flemish Anabaptists and the Waterland Anabaptists, both quite liberal, they merged. And then they built a new, larger admonition. And that's photo 3, that can be shown, yes. And this was built, this building, in 4 months. It was designed by shipwrights. And when you look up at the roof here, and you see it is a kind of an inverted but widened sea ship. The designers and builders were carpenters who made sea ships. That was the industry here. The Zaanstreek was then the most advanced industrial area of Europe, and it attracted people from everywhere. I'll come on it later on. And no organ in those days because of the Anabaptist simplicity. they sang with cantors. And the sand on the floor. Often people asked why. Well, I would say you could better ask why would there be no sand on the floor, because in the 17th century it was normal in many houses, not the very luxurious houses, but the normal houses in farms, in inns, and also in several churches, like the Lutheran church here in Zaandam, 1700 had been built, sand on the floor, still now. And well, it is also useful. They had no heating at that time, but when you you can see them here, those little wooden chests with a little bit of fire in it, of coals. When a bit of the fire would drop out, no problem with sand on the floor. And the acoustics for chamber music here is at least equal, according to musicians, to the small hall of the Concertgebouw in Amsterdam. So for chamber music it is very popular. They had older, an old Flemish admonition and an old Waterland. The Waterland was, well, it vanished, but the old Flemish admonition, quite close, the building is still there. That was in 1699 used by the Lutherans for some months, because they were building a new church, a church called, and in the first Lutheran Sunday service, 5 children were baptized. And I told already that Mennonites refused to baptize children. It was not biblical as they took it. And so in Amsterdam, in the streets, a joke was passing along from one to the other. There are children being baptized now in the Mennonite church in Zaandam. Well, a lot of laughing. So there was not always a quarrel between different denominations at that time. Shortly afterwards, this, yeah, I would call it admonition, we don't call it a church, was converted into an orphanage and almshouse. Now we get photo 4, and that's a part of the, yes, that's a part of what we call a sense print. So a print you could buy for 1 cent in the 19th century, and this goes back to the visit of Tsar Peter here, and Tsar Peter has been twice here. I said already, this was the most important industrial area, and therefore he wanted to learn the shipbuilding here and to make that, to import that into Russia. And the first one was very, very short. In fact, he got problems and he went to Amsterdam, and there he really learned shipbuilding, here only a small beginning. But the second time, and that was more an official visit, he was again here, and that was in 1770, the first was in 1697. He stayed with Cornelis Kalf, a merchant, a very successful merchant, and also a love preacher in this building. And in that time, there was still a pulpit, like you can see there. Later on, it has been taken away because there was a minister here who had fear of rooms, so he could not stand it being there a bit higher, and so they took it at first down, and later on they removed it. And the Tsar, being here, he spoke and understood Dutch quite well. He had learned that already in Moscow, because there were several Dutch carpenters, blacksmiths, and so they're working in Moscow, and he went to them and he learned a bit of Dutch. The Russians didn't like that he had those contacts, but he decided by himself what he should do or not do. And he said here to Kalf, well, please deliver a sermon like you used to do, because Calv was a preacher. But Calv thought in himself, the Tsar doesn't want a long speech, so I only tell the end of what the normal sermon was in that time, and that was think well, speak well, do well, in the fear of the Lord, Amen. And then the Tsar was quite enthusiastic about that, and he said to the Pope, and you can see it a little bit in his image, he said, that's how you should preach too. You who have too much byplay. But I doubt whether or not this is completely historical or fantasy of the people who told it on. Now you can look at photo 5. And now in 1784, so the building was already 1 century old, then, and you see here the inside, we have seen it yesterday in the evening in a very lovely way. You see the organ, and this was the first organ in the Netherlands with a console on the side, and that makes the contact between the player and the people here much better. Formerly it was mostly at the back side, so you had to use mirrors to see something, or at the front side, but then you were playing with your back to the people, so you also had to use mirrors. And yeah, well, it is a rather luxurious 20-voice organ, but you have also the pedal. You cannot see it very well if you look. Yeah, nee, it is too dark. But you can also play with your feet. But that part is not like in the real concert organ. That part of the organ is completely autonomous, own pipes for the pedal, but here it is connected with the keyboards for the hands. So it is not a concert organ, not built as one of those, but for the worship service and the singing. So the singing became better. Well, I go to the 19th century. In 1840, there was a Reverend Leenders of this congregation, and he broke his hip bone. But there was also a Frisian, a bit more conservative Mennonite or Anabaptist congregation, quite close here, about 200 meters that side, not there anymore. And he became the observer because also of the small distance. And then the difference between the two turned out to be so small that the two parishes merged and became one. Then photo 6. Then I'm in the 20th, we are in the 20th century, and this, yeah, in Dutch, you can see this at the outside. There is also here something at the inside, quite dark. That was Geertje Pelgroot. She has, in the war of 1940-1945, hit a Jewish child, a Jewish girl who was in danger of transportation to the camps where they all were murdered. And well, at the end it has been betrayed by a wrong policeman and in her neighborhood, and she has been taken in prison and eventually murdered in a concentration camp. But the child they could send into hiding, and that she survived. She also has been here with memorial of this happening. Well, in 1948 there was again merging, because the number was smaller, of the Anabaptist communities in Zaandam East and West. And after 2000, for the same reason, smaller and smaller, cooperation with other Mennonite communities in the Zaandam area is become more important, and services now alternate in more places. And on June 20, there was here a very special service with a religious scientist, Hans de Wit, and he has had a Bible project in the Netherlands and in third world countries with contact with each other, and the conclusion of his sermon was, look at Bible text through the eyes of the other, and then you can find out your own blind spots. Well, that's what I wanted to tell you as an introduction. Ja. Goed. Ja. Dank u. Dank u. Ik moet deze nog even af. Ja.
Thank you very much.
Ja, goed.
Now you know why there was is sand on the floor, but I think it's also primarily because of the fire, the danger of fire. So many houses and so many windmills burned down. So
Yeah, but also when you had some mud on your wooden shoes, then there was also not such a problem when some mud came on the floor. Yeah, goed.
okay, good. Okay, now we will continue with the first session, and now Dennis will tell us what to do.
What would you like to know?
I have to start the presentation, is that good?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Sorry? Okay. Okay, so I will introduce you to how the EUSCREEN study started, and that is also important for the people who are watching from via the internet. I will need a little bit more time to explain that to you, but then you understand what really the problem is that initiated this study 10 years ago. In 1901, we had the first child health care center in the Netherlands. That was in Den Haag, and that was the first location where babies were checked. Mothers brought their babies, and since 1901, the Netherlands has a great traditions of so-called consultatiebureaus, child health care centers, and they are extremely efficient. They have a high coverage. Waar moet ik op richten? Okay, so what was the problem in 1994? The problem was that in the Netherlands we had too much vision screening. The children were screened 7 times. At the age of 1 to 3 months, there was the red fundus reflex. Then between 6 and 24 months, there were several orthoptic tests done. And then at the age of 36 months, age of 45 months, the visual acuity was measured. It is certain that our vision screening was very efficient. If we compare 2 historic cohort studies, studies, one is an observational study, you can see that the age that amblyopia is detected has gone down from 5 years in 1970 to 3 years in 2000. So the system has worked very well. Conceived by the famous professor Paul van der Maas, we started a observational birth cohort study almost 5,000 children were followed from birth between 1996 and 2005. And
recording in progress.
And at each age that the child was checked, the data was recorded and evaluated. The three kinds of amblyopia, strabismus amblyopia, combined mechanism amblyopia, refractive amblyopia, here the striation, the color of the boxes shows at what point it was detected. And from that point onwards, it was clear that refractive amblyopia was detected by measurement of visual acuity, whereas the strabismus amblyopia was detected earlier on. And Hanny Groenewoud, who did this study together with Harry de Koning, sitting in the back, made this wonderful graph showing that children with refractive amblyopia, these are the red diamonds, they are detected by the screening first, but the children with strabismus amblyopia are detected at a young age by the parents or by the teachers. And that also has been shown by Sjoukje Loudon in the historic cohort that we studied. Children were detected when visual acuity was measured, and when the tests, the orthoptic tests were added before the age of 3, children with relatively mild amblyopia were detected early, but they were really only a few. And you can see that in another graph from Sjoukje Loudon's study, that the children with refractive amblyopia were detected mainly starting from the age 3. So there was quite an uproar, because at that point we argued that the screening between the age of 6 and 24 months should be abolished. And we had a congress at which Professor Paul van der Maas spoke, and there was a newspaper article and a lot of letters, angry letters were written to the newspaper that it would be terrible if that would be abolished. But then came Frans Willem Goudsmit, a brilliant engineer. I had invited him, but apparently he could not make it. A brilliant engineer from Delft. He's now going, in the coming years, probably going to be one of the directors of ASML in Eindhoven. A brilliant man, and he made a simulation model that calculated the cost effectiveness of screening according to this model. He is not here himself, so I have to skip over this. All components of this model he looked at and he simulated with data from the Ramses study. At what age was amblyopia detected, was the cause of amblyopia. He took the distribution of visual acuity, and then he, that's one of the most difficult things in making a model, he extrapolated data to make assumption about when the amblyopia had started. That's something that is very difficult to assess, because nobody knows exactly when amblyopia, at what age amblyopia exactly starts. And then, we'll skip this. And then at the end, he made this prediction, and he said, well, in my model, if we leave out the screening between age 1 and age 3, there will be less detected at that age, but in the end it will make no difference. So at that point we said, well, we should try to prove this, and it turned out to be exceeding difficult to get a grant for this investment. So it is difficult to get a grant for something new, a new medical device or a new therapy. It's easy. It's not so difficult. It is already difficult to get a grant for that, but to get a grant to abolish something in healthcare, it took us 8 years, really. It is so difficult. Nobody wanted to give us money. And for instance, ZonMW at that time did not have any possibility to enter a grant for a disinvestment study. But this disinvestment study has now been done, and you will be the first to see the results. The article has been accepted, but it has not yet been published. Freya Sloot is not here today because she just got her first child, but she will do her PhD thesis on the 8th of September. And she compared two groups of almost 6,000 children each, and one had screening between age 1 and 3, and the other group did not have screening between these ages. This is the timeline of the study. Children were born, and the control group were screened at 6 and 9 months, 40 months, 24 months, and the reduced screening group was not screened until age 3. And it is immediately clear that the number of children who are detected before the age of 3 is very small indeed. And here you can see the two groups. This is the rate of referral, and you can see the control group is red and blue is the intervention group. And you can see that before age 3, very few children are detected by performing orthoptic tests. And as soon as you start measuring visual acuity, that's where almost all amblyopia comes, and in particular the amblyopia with low visual acuity. And here you can see that again. This is the children who were referred and the children with amblyopia. So this is referred in the control group, and this is referred in the group with reduced screening at age 3, and this is the part of the children that actually has amblyopia. So, and this is per type of amblyopia even. She and her husband, who is not only a gynecologist but also an epidemiologist, did a fantastic job in the analysis here. Here you can see it per type of amblyopia, and for the pediatric ophthalmologist and for the orthoptist, it's interesting to note that in absolute numbers there is no difference between the two groups, but there is shift towards refractive amblyopia if you screen later. And Jan Rudolf Polling and I and others have discussed about this, and this is probably a selection, what would you call that? That's a bias that the same child at age 2 would get a different cause of amblyopia as diagnosis as compared to age 4. It is the refractive anisometropia increases between 2, 3, and 4 years. So it is likely that the green majority here is caused by the fact that if you see the same child at age 4, you're more likely to make a diagnosis of anisometropia amblyopia. And you can also see here, this is really a beautiful diagram. You can see here that the distribution of visual acuities is the same. And you can also see here that children with deep amblyopia are quite rare. This is the first ever such chart. There is no other study that recorded that, but this is a real birth cohort. But she shows that children really with low visual acuity of the amblyopic eye are much rarer than mild and medium amblyopia. And here you can see the difference in visual acuity, as you see exactly the same. The children that have more than 6 lines difference between the two eyes are exceedingly rare. So the recommendations were to abolish this screening between age 6 and 24 months. And in the meantime, we have just in 2019 formulated a new guideline, and this has now been introduced. By and large, there is only, there's still the possibility to do the test, but only on specific indication. Amblyopia caused by strabismus is detected almost exclusively by the parents and by the teachers and family. And for the detection of amblyopia caused by refractive errors, a measurement of visual acuity is essential. So since 2019, children are examined 4 times. So this means that this is a proof that a disinvestment study can be very useful. It saves the Dutch state something like $750,000 each year. And it is useful to look at the effectiveness of medical interventions. So at that point, we said we can use the model by Frans Willem Goudsmit. We can develop that further, and we can compare the screening in all countries in Europe. We spent Freya Sloot and I primarily. It must be quite clear that Freya Sloot really did an enormous amount of work on writing this application. That was really enormous, both in 2014 and in 2016. She did really 1/3 of the work. And we said, well, we are going to gather data. We will have country representatives in all countries, and they were going to collect data about vision and the hearing in the general screening program. That data will be verified and validated, and this has been done in Sheffield, and it has been done in Stockholm. And then we will start making this model, and we will use, we will do external validation and internal validation. We will do a sensitivity analysis to see what are the most important variables to get good predictions. And then we said we will, the prediction of the model will be exercised in Albania. That is a country that had no hearing screening yet. And it will be exercised in Romania, a country that had no or only sporadic vision screening yet. And this part of the study has failed because the study had to be done in 4 years. And we thought we will first make the model, and then the predictions of the model will be exercised in Romania and Albania. But that did not work. There was too much overlap. So what has been tested in Albania and what has been tested in Romania is more expert judgment, and it more rests on what has traditionally been done in the vision and hearing screening in Europe. But nevertheless, as you will show in the course of this morning, it has been extremely useful. Thank you very much. Now, this is the end of the first session. Maybe there are questions from Lisa.
Thank you for a wonderful talk. I agree that taking away something from a health service is probably the hardest thing that you can do. It was really illuminating how you described that. I have a question about just to make sure that I understood it correctly, that you're not saying to stop anything between birth and 6 months, red reflex screening and visual inspection of the eyes?
The visual inspection of the eyes after birth has been shown to be cost effective.
Okay.
So there is no doubt about that.
Okay.
This concerns primarily having orthoptist tests being done by nurses. That is something that does not work because the orthoptic tests can really not be taught to nurses so that they perform that at the same level of an orthoptist.
So one more question. You said about strabismus being identified by the parents, and in the studies that people in Israel have done, there have been their conclusions have been that the parents see wide angle, but that when they start doing visual acuity screening in somewhat older children from about age 4, that what they're detecting besides the visual acuity and anisometropic is also small angle. So can you comment about that?
It is absolutely correct, and we have specifically looked at this point again and again. And the truth is, these children are very rare. The children that really have a microstrabismus with such a small angle that they are not noticed are exceedingly rare, but they do exist. Now the question is, have chat questions been asked? No. Okay, and then no more other questions? Okay, then we will continue, and I don't have my program at hand. Who is the moderating the first session? Okay, so we are together moderating, is that correct? Oh, you have printed it out, that is sensible. Yeah, so I think at the beginning of the talk we sit here. So we need the other chair. Als jij even een stoel opschuift. If you sit at... Yeah?
Yeah, I didn't realize we were together. So
Yeah.
you and me going to...
Yes, please.
We take...
Yeah.
I take the first one and you take me.
Excellent. So, André...
But we are ahead of time. Should we start?
Yes, I think we should start, yeah.
If we speak here, do you have the microphone? Yeah.
Even kijken,
Ja.
dit is vooruit. Achteruit, je kan hier meekijken. Ja, je kan ook achterom kijken.
For the audio people, we need one additional microphone for the second moderator.
Okay. You start? Yeah.
Where has it? Okay.
Yep.
So now we start the session that is based on all the information that we got from all the country representatives regarding hearing and vision screening in this large questionnaire. And the first speaker is André Kodeborg. He's a geologist from the Rotterdam Erasmus Center. And he's going to talk about the neonatal hearing screening prevalence programs.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Inger. Thank you for coming here all. And good to see some well-known faces and also some new faces here. And also vision and hearing in one room, which is also one of the key features of this project, I think. Before I go to the next slide, I have to mention two names here. At least Andrea Besset and Alison McKay, they are the PhD students that did the work we are telling now and also in the next talks about. but they could not be here, but they did all the work I'm telling about, so actually it's their work. And also I want to mention Hans Hoeve. He could also not be here because of family weekend or week, but he also did a lot of work in this project. Yeah, neonatal hearing screening. It's interesting to hear the talk before because with vision, you can actually, for some kind of pathologies, you have the time to wait, or it can even be good to wait for screening. But with hearing loss, it's actually, we don't have this luxury to wait till the child is old enough to have accurate measurements, because the speech and language development depends very much on the hearing, and that starts already at the end of the first year. So you want to be as early as possible to detect hearing loss in a child. And we have some papers about that that also show that the earlier you are to detecting and to have intervention for that, the less problems you have with the speech and language development. And it can even have a normal speech and language development if you are in time with the detection of hearing loss and the intervention. So this is the goals of this neonatal hearing screening: early detection of hearing loss and timely intervention. And yeah, this was introduced about 30 years ago because we had two new instruments. These were very, I think still very, very new and interesting instruments, and that it was even possible to do this and to use this it made a new world of possibilities in the hearing field. The first one is autoacoustic emissions. They measure the activity of the outer hair cells with a probe in the ear. And the second is the auditory brainstem response, which is also said automated auditory brainstem response when it's about screening. And that's a response you measure from the auditory brainstem with electrodes, which is shown in this picture. Yes, this ABR has some advantages above OAE. It has a somewhat higher specificity than the OAE, so you have a bit lower chance on false positive screens. And the second advantage is that it can detect neural deafness. And this neural deafness is not so often seen, but it's quite common, relatively common in high-risk newborns, which are in the mostly found in the neonatal intensive care units with very preterm born or complications during birth. The OAE has also some advantages. It is a bit cheaper in use, and the machine is a bit cheaper. And it's also a bit easier to perform, and therefore also easier to implement. So this makes that you have different designs of screenings possible. And therefore it was really interesting. We had this opportunity in the EUSCREEN project with this inventory. The inventory is mainly used for, with the main goal for the cost effectiveness model. Professor Simons told about that. But we get also with this inventory a better understanding of the variability of the screening protocols, why different protocols are used, and what's the rationale behind that. Two papers are published about this part. I will tell about the first one of Andrea Besset, and Inger Ulen will tell about the second one of Alison McKay. Yes, the design of the questionnaire, I think most of them have somehow contributed. I've seen some of that, but it's a comprehensive questionnaire we send out within this project. About 400 questions in total, and for hearing screening, almost 200 questions. So a lot of work. And yeah, we also, next to the question, we also wanted to have the quality and the source of the provided information filled in to have an idea how reliable are the answers we get. there are 9 domains in which we had the questions divided, which are shown here on the slide. Yeah, the data collection procedure. There was one key person for each country, which is called the country representatives, and there are some in this room, I know, and also in the audience online, who did a lot of work filling in these questionnaires. They were elected by tender procedure, and most of them were medical professionals, ENT doctors, or other audiologists, and also mostly they were involved in the screening process itself or in the diagnostics or follow-up of the screening. And we had a validation and completion procedure, check of the answers, clarifying questions, and the end result was a country report for each country. The participating countries, yeah, we started in the EU because it was an EU project. So we had 41 countries totally we approached, and 40 of them also filled in the questionnaires. So we got data from 40 European countries. Next to that, we had also 5 other countries involved: China, India, Malawi, Rwanda, and Russia. And why was that? Because we had not so much low and middle income countries in our inventory, so we want to introduce also some more of these countries. And this gave a bit broader view on the variability in the screening, and also for the input of the cost effectiveness model. In total, we got 47 country reports, because there were also some regional reports, and about 2/3 of that was about nationwide, and about 1/3 was about regional screening programs. But in total, 47 screening programs, and we had data on that, which is quite good. And that's, you can imagine all that it took a lot of time to collect this data. 191 questions, and we started in January 17. And first we see a steep increase in the registration of the country representative, and then the submission of the questionnaire, which is the black line, which quite fast till this point, and then the last 30–40% was really long work. These were the last data to be collected, and that's always takes the longest time. And we had to wait till the end before we could use these questions. So that was also what Professor Simon just told. We could not use this input for the cost effectiveness model to predict what we should do in Albania or Romania. But we ended up with 100% or almost 100% of the data, which is quite an achievement. Then about the results of the questionnaire in the inventory. A clear result is that more than 90% of the first screen is performed in a hospital or a maternity clinic. And this is for practical reasons, mostly because you have a high success rate that the parents will be there. All parents in most countries go to the hospital or the clinics, and then it's easy to screen there, and then you have a high coverage rate, which is very important, of course. You will have some exceptions. Netherlands, we have quite some home births, so there they have a system, we have a system to have home visits. We combine it with other screenings also, but yeah, that's more practical to do and feasible to do. In Flanders and Cyprus, they have this combination with the visit to the healthcare offices, and that's in that countries also a possibility. You have a high coverage rate. It's also a solution. So you have different opportunities, but more than 90% has chosen for the opportunity of the hospital. Yeah, then what screen professionals do we have, and at what time the first screen takes place? This is on the horizontal axis, you see the age the infant is screened, and on the vertical axis you see the professions you have. I don't know if you have the pointer here. No, you can't see that, I think. Here are the professionals. Here are the ages. And what we see is that in most of the cases, we see that the screening takes place before 3 days of age, the first screen, which is also logical because the mothers, the parents get discharged, the first few days, so we have to screen before they leave the hospital or the maternity clinic. And most of it is done by the nurses that are also available there and work already in the hospital and in clinics. You see also other professions involved, most with a medical background, but not all. You have also dedicated screeners, and that's, I think, quite good possible in our fields, that you train people that have not really a medical background, but as long as they are well trained, you can also use this kind of professions to screen. Then the number of steps and the devices used, or the screening way of screening. This is also a complicated figure, but I will lead you to that. We first want to focus you to the figure on the left, which is the protocols for well babies, so not high risk, not the neonatal intensive care unit, but the well babies, healthy babies that are born. And that for that protocol, we see on the horizontal axis the instruments used or the type of screening, and on the vertical axis the number of steps used. And if we look to that, we see two common ways of screening. The first way is on the left, which is 18, that uses only the OAE and uses 2 steps. And the second one, which is often used, is 3 steps, and then it includes a ABR on some stage of that. It can be the second one, the third one, maybe the first one, but that's not very often. Often it's OAE, ABR as the last one. So that is most commonly used. Why do we need these steps? Because that's, I think, not obvious for all of us. If we only use one step, we have high referral rate relatively, and then you get a lot of diagnostic work, and that's expensive, and also parents think also include ABR in the well baby population. So you see kind of gradual increase of ABR in the number of steps and separate protocols for high risk and well baby. And we looked into the parameters that could have a relation with these clusters. And we found 2 of them, which were quite related to economic parameters of the countries. These were the Human Development Index, the HDI, and the Health Expenditure, HE. And on the horizontal axis, you see again the clusters, and on the vertical axis, you see the average of these 2 parameters for the countries within these clusters. And you see that the higher the cluster number, you see a higher level of HDI or HE. So there's a clear relationship between the Human Development Index and health expenditure with how you organize your screening, which is quite interesting. And actually, when we saw it, we could understand it, but it's quite nicely shown in this way and objectively shown, which has not been done before, I think. So lower HDI and health expenditure, we see that more often OAA is used, less screening steps, and no dedicated protocol for high-risk infants. What could be behind that? I think it's logical. OAE only is easier to implement, and you can start with that. It's easier in countries where maybe the facilities are a bit more difficult to arrange, the distances are larger, and the money is more an issue or is more important. However, I think there's also a kind of history in play, because the implementation of a screening program, and that was also came out of our questionnaire and inventory, takes about 10 years. From pilot study to nationwide screening, we see there for most countries it's about 10 years. This is the initial implementation, this is the nationwide implementation, and you see about 10 years between that. So it takes a lot of time, and it's not so bad that you start maybe with an easier protocol or easier to implement. And I think that in the practice you see that also, that protocols may evolve. They may start simple and they may become more comprehensive and maybe more effective in time. So maybe within 5 years we do the inventory again and we see a different picture of what the different protocols used. Maybe more ABR also in the countries that now use only OAE. Yes, this was the most important outcomes. Of course, there's more to read in the paper. There's also more to read in the PhD thesis of Andrea, which she will defend on Wednesday. I have some booklets with me. I will put them there on the piano, and you can take them if you want to see that. So here are the most important discussion and conclusions summarized. I think we do a great job. To conclude, we have neonatal screening arranged in a lot of countries already, but there's still some work to do. There are countries that do not have it, or only partly, and within the countries we have it, it might be improved, and we can learn from each other. And I think that's why these kind of projects and inventories are very important. We can learn from each other, and we can improve the screening, European and worldwide. Thank you for your attention.
We will move over to the next...
There's no questions.
No, because we are 5 minutes late already.
Okay.
So we postpone the questions until after the next talk or after the fourth talk. And now Professor Inger Uhle from Karolinska in Stockholm will explain us about the validation of the questionnaire of the survey data that was done by Alison McKee and by Professor Uhle in Stockholm.
Honored country representatives and other distinguished guests, in the previous presentation, you have heard about the prevalence of the newborn hearing screening, different programs, protocols, and also methods used. But what do we know about the quality of these screening programs? So most countries have answered that they adhere to this GCIH guidelines from 2007, stating that the screening should be performed within the first month of age, followed by diagnostic assessment within 3 months, and if there is a hearing impairment detected, interventions should start within 6 months. And there is also a quality assurance part of this conceptual framework. Half slide. So the growing experience from this neonatal hearing screening and of early intervention now has reached that new goals are suggested that it would be 1, 2, and 3 months instead of 1, 3, and 6. But that's not implemented, but it's suggested. And WHO states that quality assurance issues in particular are vital to successful newborn and infant hearing screening and related interventions, and timely and accurate monitoring of relevant quality measures is essential. And benchmarks are defined by GCIH, and that more than 95% of all infants being screened within 1 month of age, and referral rate to diagnostics should be less than 4%. And benchmark indicators, they need to be clearly defined so that development and progress can be monitored over time and across regions and countries. Guidelines and recommendations can only be useful if it is clear how these benchmarks are calculated. 4 quality measures are essential for an effective screening program, that is coverage rate, follow-up rate to screening steps and to the diagnostic assessment, referral rate between screening steps and to the diagnostic assessment, and detection rate, outcome of the screening program. And the questionnaire showed that most countries have a national or regional protocol for performing screening, hearing screening. And also many countries, most countries, do collect data about their screening outcome. But it is not reporting so much. And the explanation to that may be that quality assurance is not imposed, or reports are not asked for from the governance or from the health authorities. And of course, if no one asks for it, you may not do it. You think we are doing a very fine program here, we find all children. But why should we take some effort to report this if no one asks for it? So in the following slides, I will present some data regarding quality measures that were obtained from the questionnaire. And these are, however, based on very limited and not always reliable data. Since the respondents to the questionnaire, they could not always find this information, or they could have it, but they could not share it. So the green color means there were valid data. Yellow is that was not reliable or estimated data. Blue, there was no data, and gray, they didn't have an NHS program at all. And for coverage rate, there was more than half of the programs that could give information. For final referral rate to diagnostic assessment, there was little less than half of the programs. And for follow-up rate and detection rate, there were less than 30 programs who could report any figures. So coverage rate was on average more than 95%. That sounds good. But the definition of coverage was a bit different. It could be defined as infants screened from the first step of all eligible infants, most programs, or it was infants that completed all steps in the program, or it was the percentage of children born in the hospital and screened in the hospital. Now we just heard that most children, infants, were born in hospitals in the EU, at least, but maybe not in other countries. And refusals, if the parents denied the test, for example, those numbers were not counted for in the coverage. And well babies and risk groups were not separated. Detection rate of bilateral permanent hearing impairment of more than 40 dB was on average 1 per 1,000, as expected, with a range. And also 10 programs reported detection rate of more than 80 dB as 0.3 per 1,000 born infants. And this also all babies included. Referral rate also varied in the definition. It could be the infants that were screened step 1 and referred to the next step, or referred from each step to the next step, or infants referred from the first step to diagnostic assessment, or it was not defined. And on average, the referral rate from the first step was 9%. That's quite high. Almost 1 per 10 infants were referred for further screening. And there was a wide range, as you can see. Final range to diagnostic assessment was on average 2.6%. If you separate for the well babies, that was quite low, 1.9 on average, and for high-risk infants, it was much higher, like 8%, so up to 10. But these figures can be reduced. For example, the age of the child at screening have high impact on the screening outcome. So less than 24 hours, it's too high. So this screening early may be the choice due to early discharge from the maternity hospitals. But screening before 24 hours is not recommended because it's unacceptable high referral rates. However, you can also see between 74 and 72 and 24 hours, there is a wide range depending on the method used. So this is also another conclusion about the protocol, the number of steps. Also, Andrea mentioned that, number of steps and the method used also has an effect on the referral rate. So if you have 1 or 2 steps with OIE only, or if you add AABR, or if you have several steps OIE AABR. However, indications that there are several steps also requiring several visits, and that will increase the risk for loss to follow up. So why are these referral rates so important? We talk about them. Well, we are looking for a symptom that is, or a disease that is 1 or 2 per 1,000 infants born. And if we have a high referral rates, that will cause unnecessary worries for the caregivers. It will also cause increased cost for diagnostic assessment. And consequence of that will be that the confidence in the screening program will decrease. And followed by that, we'll also have a risk of increased loss to follow up. And we may miss those children with hearing impairment, or they get later detected. So the loss to follow up is a significant issue as reported by the questionnaire, although limited data was provided. So we have a loss to follow up just in the coverage step. If you have 95% coverage, 5% of the children are not screened at all. And then for the next step, if 9% are referred and referral, and the follow-up rate in this after the first step was 81% on average. That means that we lose another 20% of those 9%. And then for the last step, for the diagnostic, it was reported something between 10 and 20% loss to follow up. So with several steps, there is an increased risk for loss to follow up, especially in areas where you have to maybe travel far to get to a place where your child can be tested. So monitoring of screening and diagnostic outcome to control for quality goals is missing according to the EUSCREEN study. An evaluation of the results is therefore not possible over time or across regions and countries. And without this information, identification of developmental needs and improvement becomes very difficult. And finally, high-quality screening programs are more cost-effective. So my hope is that from this project, it will support and engage more countries and regions to do monitoring and reporting. And for that, it's also something that good database or register is needed and support how to do that. It's not exactly part of this project, but it's something that's followed, a need that's followed by that. So thank you very much.
Questions? Martin?
What do you think is the main difference for the countries that have the...
Again, with microphone.
Thank you, Inge, for your excellent talk. I was wondering if you could allude on the differences in the countries where they oblige a report and where not. How to stimulate moving to the suggested route?
So I don't have the idea exactly what countries did report now, but it's well-working protocols in countries, well-organized. Still, they didn't have this central reportment. It would be that the data were kept secretly in their hospital or in their region. They didn't divide them. Or it's when they do report, in some countries, they have this organization from the start that all healthcare protocols, all healthcare services should be monitored and reported, while in other countries we work more maybe independently in different regions. But yes, that's not a very good answer maybe, but...
Dr. Overmaier?
Thank you. It was a nice overview. Great. I have a question. The reporting, do you know how it has been done? Is it by paper, by sending? Is it use of more ICT techniques? Is it automatic?
No, I don't hear you quite well. What if it has been?
The reporting.
Yes?
Reporting back to the organization who do the screening. How do they report back? Is it
yes.
by phone?
From this questionnaire,
fax?
you mean also?
Yes. What is the most often way of doing that? And do you see a relation in between the methods of reporting and the success?
Well, that's a very good question. That if you do report, you want to have some feedback. Yes, how were we doing compared with other hospitals or other countries? So that's really important that you get feedback. If you do report, that you get some information back that that's well done, or this is why do you do this, and so otherwise it wouldn't lead to any development. So I don't know how that is done in different places where they do have good reporting. But for the project, all the countries got their country reports back from their own reporting, and also now all these presentations, the 4 presentations in this session today, are already published. You have the links in the program to the articles where our presentations are already published.
Yes, thank you. You had different referral rates by day. So day 1, day 2, day 3, the referral rate went down. Would that lead to a different guideline, not to screen on day 1, or do you see what I mean? You had a...
You mean for the age? For the
yeah,
day
the age of the screening, yeah. It's sort of, you had day 1 and 2, it was maybe, I don't know the percentage anymore, but maybe 6%, and then it was 5% or 1%. So do we have...
There are studies that have looked at that, if it changes day per day, yes. And those studies, most what I've seen, their best day is the day 5, actually. That's when you get the best results. After that, it may not get better because maybe the child gets older, more awake, or other things, problems to get back. But day 5 would be the optimal day.
No further questions? Then we will continue with the remote presentation by Alison McKee.
Yes.
Who is the PhD student of Inger Ulen. You can announce her.
Yes, Alison McKee, she is a geologist and she's doing her PhD within this part of this project in Stockholm, Karolinska Institutet, so I'm her supervisor. So she has been working together with Andrea Busset, and so all the articles that are part in this hearing screening are written by them together.
And the baby is...
The baby, I don't think, is here yet. No, no. She's not here because she's expecting any day, maybe today. So that's why she's not here, but she has a video now with her presentation about the childhood hearing screening that was also part of this questionnaire.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for listening to this next presentation. My name is Alison Mackey. I'm a PhD student at Karolinska Institute in Stockholm, Sweden, and I will be continuing the presentations on hearing screening, focusing now on childhood hearing screening after the newborn period. This study wouldn't be possible without the work done by the country representatives in aggregating the information that was used in this questionnaire. So I'd like to start off by thanking all of you for the work that you have done in this project. This study on childhood hearing screening after the newborn period has been recently published in the International Journal of Audiology. Is the third study in the series of articles on childhood hearing screening and the assessment of hearing screening programs. So to start off with just some background, when we discuss early hearing detection and intervention, we often think about newborn hearing screening, and newborn hearing screening really has been groundbreaking in how we were able to detect hearing loss and intervene as early as possible. But we still have to consider that the prevalence of permanent hearing impairment after birth actually doubles up to school age. And furthermore, children with recurrent types of hearing impairment like otitis media or chronic suppurative otitis media, these children also need to be considered since this type of hearing loss can also significantly affect development, particularly in preschool and school age years. So there are different pathways for detecting childhood hearing impairment, and we're going to talk about universal childhood hearing screening as one of those pathways for detecting hearing impairment after the newborn period. And when we're talking about hearing screening, this might be, or childhood hearing screening, this might be called different things in different places. We might refer to this as preschool hearing screening or kindergarten hearing screening, school entry hearing screening, etc. So in this presentation and in the article, we actually group all of those names together to talk about childhood hearing screening after the newborn period. And we're really looking at hearing screening around the ages of 3 to 7 years of age. The distraction test would also be included in hearing screening after the newborn period, of course, but this has really been replaced with newborn hearing screening since the newborn hearing screening became much more prevalent. And when we talk about which tests are being used, we can think about pure tone audiometry, whisper test, OAEs, and so forth being potential tests used for childhood hearing screening after the newborn period, or CHS. So the primary purpose of this work was for creating a cost-effectiveness tool for childhood hearing screening. And the aim was to compare cost-effectiveness across screening programs. And in order to do that, we needed to aggregate and collect information from various countries, various regions, in order to feed the model. So the objective of this research was to aggregate that information on childhood hearing screening, and including both newborn and also now CHS after the newborn period, in order to supplement or feed the model. And I won't go too much into the methods since this will have already been discussed, but just to say that many of the questions in the questionnaire were relevant for childhood hearing screening after the newborn period, including if it's provided at all, the age of the child when screened, the test method that is used, and I already mentioned some examples of that, the passing criteria, the number of screens that are done, who performs the screening, where the screening is performed, how much does the screening cost, and also what is the results, what are the outcomes of screening, so the coverage rate, referral rate, follow-up rate, and detection rate. The validation methods that had been discussed previously were also used for this article, for these data that were collected. So I won't go into the details of that, just to kind of reconfirm that all the data, all the information was cross-checked using a series of validation methods. And we generated a report that included the information that was already there on newborn hearing screening. So here are some results from the 47 countries or regions that were included in the data collection. We found that 25 had some sort of CHS that was offered, and 17 of these had universal CHS. And all 17 actually used pure tone audiometry screening for their CHS program. An additional 8 countries had some sort of non-universal or non-routine CHS in their country or region. So I'm going to focus now on those 17 countries that had universal CHS, and you can see here the trend from the 1950s until now. You can see that the majority of countries with CHS actually have implemented their programs many decades ago. Only a few implemented new programs in the last 20 years, actually. And conversely, if you look at the NHS trend, there you see the majority of countries are implementing newborn hearing screening within the last 20 years. And it significantly surpasses the number of countries with CHS. And in fact, a few countries, in a few places, CHS has been scaled down or stopped. And this may be due to this kind of uncertainty of whether CHS is indeed cost effective, especially in places where newborn hearing screening detects many children with permanent hearing impairment from birth, and perhaps also where there are surveillance pathways that are in place for monitoring and tracking children that have risk factors for delayed onset hearing loss. So looking a bit more at the results of the survey, we found quite a spread on the age of the child when they're screened. Out of the 17 universal programs, 4 programs also offered screening at 2 moments, both when children were slightly younger, from 3 to 5, and again at the age of 6 to 7 years of age. Choosing an age when where screening is performed could be because of when the optimal coverage rate may be found. So for example, perhaps the age when preschool becomes obligatory, but it could also have implications for the number of referrals due to otitis media and the number of children or how well the children are able to perform the pure tone screening test. Programs that screen children a bit earlier may choose a slightly higher passing criteria to make it a bit easier to perform the test, but this might have implications for the number of children with mild hearing impairment that are detected. There was also some diversity with regards to the use of 500 Hertz. Many programs used 500 Hertz in screening, but others chose to remove 500 Hertz altogether or to increase the passing criteria of 500 Hertz in order to reduce the number of false positives or unnecessary referrals because of this difficult frequency. Who and where is the screening performed? We found quite an equal split here amongst the programs with universal screening between programs that screen children in a preschool setting and those that screen children in a healthcare setting. Again, this choice may be simply due to the pre-existing childhood education and healthcare structure and deciding which location would perform the highest or would result in the highest coverage rate and the greatest reach. It could also be due to how funds are allocated in a particular country or region. And finally, we asked for some recent results from the screening program. And here we found this was actually quite difficult for many programs to provide. Only 1 to 3 programs could provide a composite figure for how their screening program is performing in terms of the coverage rate, referral rate, follow-up rates, and detection rates. So we can conclude that these data are not widely collected, or if they are collected, that they're not available or accessible for sharing. And unfortunately, these are the data that are required for performing cost-effectiveness analysis. So without this key information, we can't actually compare programs or analyze whether the programs themselves are cost-effective with or without NHS, and in different situations and different circumstances as well. So this uncertainty may remain until more data can be regularly collected and become available for performing cost-effective analysis. So I'd like to stop there and thank you once again for listening, and I will turn off my recording and open, I guess, the questions up to the co-authors that are there to answer them. Thank you very much.
Questions that we will try to answer?
Questions will be answered by Professor Ulen.
I will try.
Yes, thanks. Of course, so it's clear cut that the amount of data you have on these programs are really extremely limited. It's crazy, of course. But at the same time, there's a question about what is the effect from this kind of screening versus a newborn screening. What is now your thoughts about that? How, let's say, if it's high quality, how effective? What would be your major benefit still compared to the earlier screens?
Well, my view of it is since I'm from a place where they have preschool and school screening, is that we have referred children from the screening to us that have a hearing impairment, mostly mild, of course, or moderate, not severe, because they are detected other ways, but it's still useful. But if it's how many, we don't have the figures of that. We should, of course, to do the same study, because it's been very much criticism or asked questions about this, the evidence of having this school screening. But I think also today, when we have so many children moving around, families coming in, it's very good to have a screening in place that could take care of those children that maybe missed previous screening occasions where they come from. And you can't just do a screening if you don't have that program implemented in your school or healthcare setting. You can't just do a screening or test for one child. You have to have a program. So I think it's, yes, I think it's just, it should be there.
Other questions? Martijn.
I was wondering if there's any information on the positive predictive value of this screening program and the commitment to a referral, both for the diagnostics and for the revalidation. But I'm curious if there's any information from that.
What recommendations they give, or no?
No, if there's a feel from the screening, what will happen? And one of the points why I'm doubting if there's
if there was the question how they were recommended to do, how they do the further.
Before we had the neonatal hearing screening at 9-month age, there was the distraction test, and it has quite a low specificity. So lots of children should be referred, and the GPs didn't refer as it could be a passive problem. So that's a bit undermining the screening. And I was wondering how this works out for this screening. So the later screening, how big is the commitment if there's a fail?
If that was part of the questionnaire, how this procedure was done. Is that what your question is, or do I misunderstand?
If you have any information on what happens after screening, or was it not within the scope of this questionnaire?
I don't remember exactly if there was a question like that. Do you remember, Andre, if there was a question about that?
This follow-up requires quite some detail in that part of the question, and we did not put that detail in the questionnaire. In general, what we got back is that there was not much information about the outcome and the follow-up. So the general picture was that we don't have that information. But maybe there are 1 or 2 countries we could have that, but I think that would be the most. It's much different than for the neonatal hearing screening.
No, I think it was just questions about the criteria for diagnostic assessment, not how the procedure or referral should be done. But we have discussed this when we are writing the manual that is now published online, that this information is very crucial to how should the results be informed to the next step to someone who will take care of the further investigation. Thank you.
No further questions? Good. Then we will continue with the inventory of the vision screening, the childhood vision screening, and that will be presented by Jill Carlton from Sheffield, and that will be done with a video.
Hello everyone, thank you for the opportunity to give you an overview of childhood vision screening. This work was undertaken as part of the EUSCREEN project. My name is Dr. Jill Carlton and I'm a Senior Research Fellow from the University of Sheffield in the UK. Before I start, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank my colleagues listed on the slide here, which include of course Professor Herb Simmons. But perhaps my biggest thanks should go to all of those people listed here, the country representatives who painstakingly took the time to read, research and complete the vision component of the EUSCREEN questionnaire. My heartfelt thanks go to each and every one of you. Without your efforts, this project would not have been possible. Today I'm going to talk through 3 key areas. Firstly, I'll give you an update on the findings of the vision programmes that exist currently. Secondly, given those findings, I'll discuss some of the possible implications on existing screening programmes. And finally, I'll pose some reflections and highlight some issues that I believe warrant further consideration for all future vision screening programmes. So now that data collection has all been completed, the country reports have been compiled, what have we actually found? Firstly, it's fair to reflect that the EUSCREEN project became a much bigger project than we first anticipated. Originally, we set out to describe vision and hearing screening programmes across Europe, but the passion and the enthusiasm of wanting to advance screening prompted additional countries to approach us wishing to collaborate. So in total, we received data from 47 countries, some of which are located outside of Europe. Our key observations are that the content of screening programmes varies enormously, that there are countries or regions within countries where no vision screening occurs, and there are vision screening programmes where the data showed differences in who was undertaking the screening, what screening occurred, when the screening occurred, and indeed where the screening took place. Who undertakes vision screening, as I mentioned, differed across the countries and was linked very much to the age of the child. On this slide here is the data for children aged up to 3 months, and we can see that the majority of the professionals who perform screening on this cohort are paediatricians and ophthalmologists. When we consider children who are a little bit older, those aged 3 to 36 months, we can see that not only are there a greater number of personnel listed here, but there's also a shift away from paediatricians towards personnel who could be considered being more expert in the subject area, such as ophthalmologists, orthoptists and optometrists. And when we consider an even older cohort of children, aged 3 years to 7 years, we can see that there's still a variation in the number of personnel, but there is a slight shift in the numbers, suggesting that in some countries, those undertaking screening are not necessarily eye specialists. When we looked at what people are doing in the screening programs, we were surprised to see that some screening programs were very intensive, and by that I mean that they consisted of a number of tests within a single screening episode. For example, the screening episode may have included tests of visual acuity, cover test, convergence and stereopsis, to name but a few. We collated the information across the 3 age cohorts listed here, 0 to 3 months, 3 to 36 months and 3 to 7 years, with the younger cohort shown on the left and the older cohort shown on the right. The y-axis denotes the number of tests performed in a single screening episode, and along the x-axis for each age group we have the number of tests increasing from left to right. It can be seen that the older children got, some of the screening programs included more tests. When we look at just testing of visual acuity alone, we noticed that in all countries who submitted data, there was some form of visual acuity testing performed over a child's lifespan. However, we were surprised to see that some countries had extensive screening programs consisting of many episodes of visual acuity testing. Only 10 countries tested visual acuity once, as shown by the blue column on the far left. However, some countries screened children's visual acuity over 5 times throughout their lifespan. Looking at when the screening occurred, here we've plotted the child's age in years across the x-axis moving from left to right. The number of countries is shown on the y-axis, and as I previously stated, some countries did screen more than once, some over 10 times, and this plot shows that for some countries the screening occurred beyond the age of 7 years, therefore beyond the age of visual maturity, and here we have to make the assumption that the screening was undertaken to detect refractive error rather than to detect amblyopia per se. When we looked at where the screening occurred, as you would anticipate, this too also varied tremendously from one country to another. The location of the screening could be determined by the way in which the healthcare system operates within that country, but it is also likely to be influenced by the age of the child and/or the personnel who perform the screening tests. That said, the where can be thought of as being in one of 2 distinct categories. Those which require active effort from the parent, that is, the parent having to take the child to a location, such as a doctor's office, a medical centre or a hospital, or where there is relatively little effort required from the parent, and here screening occurs in places such as kindergartens, schools or nurseries. So we found out that variation in screening does exist, but how does this variation impact upon what happens in each of our countries, and what do we need to consider when we look at the collective evidence to inform our decision making? Well, as I stated, the current results imply that right now there are some children that are being screened multiple times. Is this necessary? There are some children who are being subjected to a whole battery of tests. What value do those additional tests have in detecting a problem? And those who undertake screening may be very good at what it is that they do, but are there any cheaper alternatives? The implications of these are such that we could be placing burden on already overstretched systems. There's likely to be burden on the healthcare system, be that a burden on a regional level or country level. There could also be burden upon the family. That might be financial, but it also could be a time burden of taking their child to screening appointments. There may also be burden on the child themselves. Is there a psychological consequence of repeated testing in terms of anxiety, which may or may not include false referrals? Perhaps there's also an impact upon their education if they have to miss school to attend screening appointments. So what should we consider for future screening programs, be that if we are modifying existing programs or implementing a new vision screening program? Well, firstly, we need to be very clear about what it is that we want. We want efficient systems in place so that we can detect reduced vision in childhood at a time when we can do something about it. And we want our systems to be equitable and accessible for all children in all communities. We want to be able to use the resources that we have in the best way possible to minimise any waste and to increase efficiency. But we do have to recognise that there will be difference in needs and requirements, and this may occur between countries, but there may be instances where different solutions are needed for within countries too. So as I mentioned, we have to make effective use of the resources that we have, and we need to think very carefully about what tests are included in our screening programmes and know why it is that we're using them. And there should be an evidence based around our referral criteria that is applicable to our populations, the population within our country. We need to think about who the best people are to undertake the screening. Experts such as ophthalmologists or orthoptists may be very accurate at performing tests of visual and binocular function, but they could be expensive. And studies have shown that with expert training, competency checks, audit and retraining, you can get equal outcomes from healthcare assistants compared to orthoptists. How do we know if we're using our resources effectively? Well, we monitor and examine our screening programs, or at least we should, and this is something that will be described in much more detail by others over the EUSCREEN conference. But essentially, we want to be able to increase our screening coverage, that is, that we screen all the people who are eligible to be screened. We want to increase our sensitivity by referring those people who do have the target condition, and we want to increase our specificity by not referring the people who don't have the target condition. Other components that we really must acknowledge is that screening tests and diagnostic tests are not the same thing. Every test costs money, be that to buy the test, to train the people to perform the test, the time it takes for the child to do the test, and the time it takes for us to record the results of the test. And the more tests that are in place in a screening programme, the more expensive the costs of that programme are likely to be. We also need to think about maximising coverage, and this will ensure that the screening programme is efficient. So some examples could be whether we have an opt-in or an opt-out consent system, or we may also consider programmes that require minimal parental effort, because that may improve attendance. However, of course, all of this needs to be considered alongside the age of the child. So my final thoughts. Well, clearly there's a whole host of aspects for us to consider when we think about the efficiency and the cost effectiveness of vision screening. Data collection and data monitoring is one such example, and my colleagues will be discussing these in future presentations. I think the other thing that we need to acknowledge and accept is that a one-size-fits-all solution for vision screening is highly unlikely, even between countries of similar incomes and similar socio-economic status. There will be differences between countries, and in some instances there will be differences within countries. That said, we need to acknowledge that there's a difference between allowing variation due to valid reasons such as political, societal and cultural reasons, and variation which occurs due to personal choice, and variation which occurs due to historical processes. And we need to move away from those aspects. We need to make sure that our screening programs are informed by data and informed by evidence to support our decision making. All of the country reports are available on the EUScreen website, and we have a manuscript which is very close to submission, which details some of the issues that I've presented here today, so watch this space for future publications. I'd like to thank you all for your attention, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the EUScreen conference.
Thank you very much. Jill, you are in the Zoom meeting, so we can now ask Jill questions. Are there questions in the audience? No questions in the audience? Okay. And no chat questions have... No? So, and I think we are already a little bit late, so we can now have a coffee break, and then we can continue the meeting at 5 minutes past 11. Is that okay? Good? Koffiepauze, hè? Yeah. Okay, good. Very nice. Excellent. Welcome back to the final dissemination meeting of the EUSCREEN study. Now we have the second session, and in the second session there will be a report about the implementation studies in Albania and in Romania. And in Albania on vision screening first, Professor Birkena Keriasi from the University of Medicine in Tirana will speak to us by a MP4 video. That I think will start now.
Hello everyone, I'm very happy to be part of this fantastic meeting, although not in person. Today we are going to give you a presentation of study program in Albania, which was neonatal hearing screening, and to highlight some factors or issues that we think are important for the proper running of a program like this. Ours was a 4-year study, 2017-2020, and the first year was dedicated to preparation of the structure and people for continuation of the work. I personally believe that independently which is the first station where the family met the health system, either GP or consultancy center for children or mothers or maternity hospital, it's important that they give the same information. So the information we give to them is unified. That's why we started with informative days for health workers regarding hearing screening issues in babies. Why, where and how. Going on with training of our staff that was supposed to do the screening in maternity hospitals, both theoretical and practical. Part of this residential training was how to work with the parents, how to give the information, how to disclose the test results, and also how to fill in the data, the medical data we needed and the database we had. We decided for the protocol for all babies, 3 stages protocol, 2 OEs, 1 AABR, with 2 weeks difference in between, and then for a 2-stage AABR protocol in NICU with 2 weeks interval regulated by gestational age. So we decided about the diagnostic tests and clinical pathway and rehabilitation of the babies resulted with hearing loss. The second, third, and 3 first months of 2020 were screening, diagnosis, and of course we have been looking through the data all the time, trying to identify problems and issues there. Of course, on job training is important because when people work with something, they have more questions, then you can identify weak points or problematic stuff, and then you have to fill in the gaps. Something that also needs attention is changing the mentality of the community. It is not sufficient 1 year, not 4 years. It's many years that you need to work in order to change this. The 4th year and the last year consisted of data analysis. We finalized our website of screening, and we have 2 big successes. One was the preparation of the national guideline and protocol for hearing screening in neonates, which was presented to the Ministry of Health and accepted and signed by them on April 2021, alongside with a consent paper for parents. And also, now the Albanian government has approved a small fund for the continuation of hearing screening in 4 institutions where we work. So now that I'm talking, in this institution there is still hearing screening going on. And of course the handover of the device and so on. There were 3 districts, 4 institutions selected. Tirana is specifically situated, first because it covers 1/3 of the deliveries, annual deliveries, although this figure is decreasing every year. And secondly, because Tirana has 2 maternity hospitals with 2 NICU units. And problematic babies with issues, medical issues, they are sent to Tirana for expertise. Therefore, our sample is not representative of 3 districts. Indeed, it's representative of all Albania. Here you have photos of training, informative days, screening, materials, devices. What we found out, by implementing the screening sequence together with the information to the parents, filling in the data, completing the in-written consent of the parents, we found out that we have quite a good coverage of deliveries with the first test. In the graph here you could see the total number of deliveries per each site and the total number of babies screened, at least with one screening test. And this, like 96.2% of all the babies born had at least one screening test, which is quite good. Probably the figure is better, but some babies were registered in the database but not been able to be screened because they deceased or transferred somewhere else. The graph on the left presents the babies which came to Tirana University Hospital Center for diagnosis, and is divided by year and is divided by the severity of hearing loss. And this is explanatory somehow, because on the first year we had a lot of false positive babies who resulted normal after diagnosis, because you know each nurse needs to have his time and it's individual learning curve, and then by doing they learn how to do it better. The majority were mild hearing loss, and then of course we have some profound, and we have still inconclusive cases when we finished our analysis for the purpose of the study, because as you know, from September 2019 to December 2019, Albania had several earthquakes. Some parents left the maternity hospital without being screened, and they have to come later for screening and the screening sequence and the diagnosis. And then you already know that sometimes you have to have several diagnosis sections to come out with a proper diagnosis and so on. The table on the right presents a further detailed situation, like baby screened for each site, passes, fails, lost to follow-up, and diagnostics. Of course, babies with malformation did not follow the sequence. They were directly sent for diagnosis in Tirana University Hospital Center. And you can see that we have a considerable rate of follow-up. The babies identified with hearing loss were generally bilateral hearing losses. Only 23% have unilateral hearing loss, as expected. And the majority of them came from NICU, and only 32% from the well baby population. Other studies might have found a different distribution among NICU and well babies, but in our case, these are results. And looking through these results and the data that the Rotterdam team will go through with much more details about the study in Albania, made us think about what are the factors that can make the difference. To start with the staff selection, we did not select the staff. They were selected by the institution themselves. And only a few have some screening experience. So you have to train them, and we have to retrain them, and we have to follow them. And as you see in the graph, different staff have different performance in different screening steps. Of course, there are things that make them perform in different ways. Depends how they disclose this result to the parents. You might worry them a lot, or you probably make them not show up for further testing because they believe that it's just a test, it doesn't give you enough information, is not reliable, and so on. You can call them once, they do not reply, and then you don't call them again, or you can call them several times and then they show up. So the way they feel responsible for the work they do is important, and therefore selection is important. In order to address this, we had two staff meetings, 2018-19. Of course, various problems were presented according to the specific of each site. They were discussed, some solutions were found out, and I think this is important because experiences are different and putting them all in the table can help to sort out the problems. We also conducted a phone questionnaires with families from Tirana, which did not show for further testing. 297 families in Tirana were contacted by phone by students of public health department. And we tried to investigate which were the reasons behind the elevated rate of loss to follow-up. Also, several checks were done alongside the work by comparing the results on the database and the tests themselves, the waves, the ABR results registered in the devices. And this, at least the last check did not show any discrepancies between what was reported as a pass and what the device showed. To conclude, the selection of staff and training of the staff is crucial for the easy flow of the screening program. And of course, there is need for further training, and reporting and monitoring system is also important. Because if you have good reporting and monitoring system, then you can find out the problems earlier, address them earlier, and then do not create big gaps as the program goes on. Of course, this is a dynamic process. In this case, we had two reporting systems, one through the database and another one that was done in the end of 5th month. And many times we've been checking and cross-checking these two data pools in order to see where the problem stayed. And on all these issues, administrators are important. In each site we had one administrator, and I have to show you that the administrator made quite a difference. Not only in terms of organizing the internal work, but also in terms of reporting and identifying problems and solving the problems. So I think that this is a task that cannot be neglected. What else can make the difference? Combining hearing screening with other tests can shorten the sequence and make it easier for the family to come back for other screening tests. As I already said, we have families from all over Albania. Sometimes the distance is a problem, sometimes the financial situation is a problem, some other time other disabilities or medical problems a child or the family have are a problem. Therefore, if we can combine some screening steps with another medical check that the baby or the parent might have, make this easier for them to come back to us and complete the tests of screening. And of course, this requires a good cooperation with pediatricians, obstetricians, and other medical staff in the maternity hospitals, because we have to work all as a team and in unison. As you already know, there are various combinations of tests and protocols. In EUSCREEN models, we have seen that by joking with various indicators, you can influence the screening result, you can influence the program cost, and so on. And analyzing our protocols, we decided to present a shorter sequence for well babies population to the Ministry of Health. So what was presented and approved by them for well babies is a protocol with 2 steps and 3 tests, which means that on the second appointment, the baby will have OE to start with, and then this is failure, then ABR with proceed, so we have to come only twice and complete 3 tests, which is better sequence than the one that we previously had and was approved by the Ministry of Health. What can make the difference? Database itself, registers, tracing options they have can make a difference. What you see in the screen is not the database we had. This is an improved version of the original database, which is in Albanian and it's only for Albania. It's internet-based with extension possibility, has less information to be thrown in, has possibility to modify what mistakes probably were done along the way, and can produce reports. because although we need to have information for each subject, and in this case the subjects, as you see, are coded, in the end the screening is done to identify babies with problems that fail the screening test. So the report gives us the babies who have failed either 1 year or 2 year tests, so we can follow them, and by combining this with register we can have phone numbers so we can trace them and ask them to come back and so on. Again, administrator is a key role in here, not only for internal work organization but also for following these cases and being certain then parents are called back for the sequence of screening, and then they are sent for diagnosis and then rehabilitation and intervention. Raising awareness of the population regarding the benefits of hearing screening is important. We tried many sorts of vectors, from leaflets, posters that are well known and much used, to national TV casting, presentation in national and international scientific meetings, and so on. Leaflets you can see here. This is booklet produced by the University of Medicine of Tirana regarding the hearing screening programs. Also, we have our website. Of course, only these can be further improved. We found out that in Albania, where people see a lot of TV resulted to be the best means of communicating, because it reached a bigger number of population and information went easier and flowed quicker to the family. To illustrate what I already said, on the right you can see the results of 2,897 phone interviews conducted on 2019 with parents, families who did not show up for the test 2 or test 3. And then you can see in the percentage the results and here the reasons. Of course, reasons are different. For example, some families did not show because they think that the child can hear. And that's why information is important. Some because they neglected it. They thought that they always have time to do the second, the third, the diagnosis. But they do not have all this time, especially if you think that it's very difficult to find a sleeping baby after several months. And the big issue with Albania is that people change continuously their phone numbers, or they give the wrong number. Therefore, a big percentage did not show up because we couldn't reach them through the phone. This is part of a study that we conducted, and we have published it in a PLOS journal. We have interviewed 520 mothers that delivered a baby between May and June on 2019, and we wanted to know how they knew about hearing screening tests in maternity hospitals. And to see that there are various ways that they got the information. The majority is from the staff hospital where they are hospitalized, some from talking with relatives and friends. Also, we have here mothers that have born more than one child. Just to highlight the need to use all possible vectors to deliver the information needed about the importance of hearing screening and where the hearing screening is done. What can make the difference? Influencing decision makers on the importance of early detection and rehabilitation. There are various approaches. Some people believe that it's important to build up the whole structure of screening, the whole structure of diagnosis, the whole structure of intervention and rehabilitation, and then to start screening. Some other people, and I'm part of the second group, believe that you have to start from somewhere and then you develop the whole pyramid along the way. And certainly in Albania this is a case, because we had presented the screening ages ago, so some people knew that hearing screening tests can be done in neonates. It's not a new service or a new test presented anyway. We had some diagnosis of hearing loss done in hospitals. We had rehabilitation center, we had a cochlear implant program. So it was important to put all these things in a chain, to highlight the weak bits and to offer support and training in these weak bits to make it function as a whole. For example, complete the diagnosis of hearing loss with devices and tests, or change the approach to the families of children with hearing problems, from a speech therapist working with a child, from the speech therapist working with the family. So family approach, family-centered approach in cases of babies identified with hearing loss, and then completing the sequence of screening in maternity hospital. Why this is important? Again, part of the study that I mentioned, we asked the mothers if they needed to know earlier that their child has a hearing problem. And all mothers wanted to know this earlier. And all mothers asked, were ready to pay for the screening test. So they do understand the necessity of a hearing screening, and they understand the importance of early identification of hearing loss. But if you have this kind of understanding from the parents and the families, then you have a force that can push the government to take the decisions that they have to take. In Albania, the cochlear implant program was in place before the hearing screening program is in place, because exactly the push from the parents and the families of the children with profound hearing loss. Therefore, bigger we have an interest group for screening hearing in babies, more pressure we put on the government, and then they can pay for the hearing screening program. And that proved to be successful in Albania and can be a solution that can work in other countries as well. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Bekena. Bekena sit in this Zoom meeting? Yeah? Okay, are there questions? You can ask a question, but Bekena is not in the Zoom meeting. No. But so I think you pose your question, and then we can all think about it.
Yes, I think, if I understood right, that the children that detected their hearing impairment, majority came from the high-risk group. And in general, we know that there should be 50% from well babies, so what is the explanation for that in Albania, that so many came from the high-risk group? Selection bias.
Were the NICU children more often screened? I think it's quite possible, huh? Yeah, that the coverage was much lower in the well babies as compared to the NICU babies. Huh? Yeah. Okay. Now Martijn will tell us about the implementation of hearing screening in Albania, but then from the viewpoint of the implementation researchers. As you know, Andrea Besset will defend her PhD thesis on Wednesday, and she was much supported by Martijn and by André and by Hans Hoeve, and Martijn is going to give the talk.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about this work. As Huip already mentioned, most of the work has been done by Andrea. I would also like to thank the previous presenters. A little louder. Okay, I'll go and try. I hope you can all hear me. And the thing is, we wanted... where to catch up now? I'm going to present the work on the implementation of the newborn hearing screening. I think it's an excellent consequence of the previous presenters. So I wanted to thank the previous presenters of the introduction, I think, which is very handy for understanding this presentation. The first point of view where I started with the study is NHS, neonatal hearing screening, is it feasible in Albania? And as Berkena already indicated, we wanted to have a representative part of the country, and then we started screening. It's an observational study, and we screened in 2018 and 2019 in the target areas listed over here, as indicated by Berkena. And I think one of the things we should realize is the first step was in the maternity clinic, as were the subsequent steps. But then the patients were inpatient, and the follow-up steps, they were outpatient. And what I learned from, I think it was Jill this morning, there was active or inactive cooperation, and that makes a difference for the attendance rate. All diagnostic tests have been performed in Tirana. Am I being audible for everyone now? Results of screening, and we have seen some complicated figures. This is one of them. And I think the main message from this figure is that every child born in the target regions in the years 2018 and 2019 is somewhere on this plot. Roughly 22,000 children were screened, and if you go from left to right, the birth registered, the first screening step, the second screening step, and consequent to the diagnostics. And if the boxes become darkened, there's a different meaning, and then it's a good thing to pay attention. Some patients or the parents refused screening. There are some from which it is unknown what happened, and we also see loss to follow-up. So basically all the infants born in the target area are listed here in the figure. And then to continue to the results, the first screening step, I think that's in line with what Berkea indicated, a coverage which was very high, 97%. The second, third step, and also the diagnostics, the attendance rates, the coverage really lowers. So we see quite a raise of the loss to follow-up, which is roughly 2/3 coverage, 1/3 of a loss of the patients. And which I think is a bit of a coincidence, we have screened 22,000 children, and 22 children had a diagnosis of hearing loss. It's a fairly low number. There might be a question later on this one. This is, I think, some visual report on what happened, and Berkena touched on this subject excellently, also with the information for the parents to take them along with the journey of screening. And then, if we continue, we really wanted to know if you're going to implement the neonatal hearing screening in a certain country, what are requisites, what should you really have if you go and implement, what are barriers and what are facilitators. And basically then we have an observational study, and the outcome of the study is not really the outcome of the screening per infant, but the implementation criteria. And they are listed here, 8 implementation criteria, and I'll go over that in the next slides. The methods we use to answer the questions of how we scored on those implementation criteria, the data sources are the database from all the screening outcomes, but also the information we got when we went there to observe screening, when we went there and there were interviews with the screeners, there were interviews with the parents. Quite a long questionnaire has been sent out to both screeners and for the parents. A post hoc analysis has been done to identify reasons for loss to follow-up, and to identify reasons for loss to follow-up, the parents, where the contact details were available, were phoned to ask for reasons. And then now there's a summary of all the implementation criteria, and the method we used, we defined all the acceptation criteria. We looked up for a definition, And then we want to operationalize the definition. So how does this definition work for this implementation study in Albania? Then we looked for which data sources could we allocate to answer the question, and we came up with the results. So if we go and look into acceptability, the question we wanted to answer was, how important do screeners, parents, doctors, audiologists, healthcare administrators, and policymakers, all the people, all the stakeholders, how important do they think NHS, neonatal hearing screening, is for Albania? And then the results, they're listed here. Screeners considered NHS important, parents considered NHS important after they received information. Parents felt, and it's quite imaginable, they sometimes felt anxious about the screening, and screeners thought that all children should have an opportunity to take place, to participate in the screening. Then we go for appropriateness. Is neonatal hearing screening, I think that's quite a difficult question, relevant when compared to other healthcare priorities? Is audiological care available? So was a diagnosis available or an opportunity for diagnostics and intervention, as we should not screen if there's no follow-up. A facilitator is that first screening was in the maternity hospital, so it was quite easy to perform screening. And the requisites, so the audiological diagnosis and revalidation, Berkena also indicated that a cochlear implantation program is in place. They were available, and family intervention was available as well. Feasibility. Can the screening take place in maternity hospitals, and can it be carried out by the people we selected, the nurses and the midwives? Most births take place in the maternity hospital, not all, but most, and that's a facilitator. So it's an easy thing to do the screening to acquire high coverage before discharge of the maternity hospital. Screening rooms were available, but they were not all quite enough. It's something I think the program should grow into, and fragility of the devices used was a point of attention. Adoption. How was the uptake of screening by parents and screeners? Or a bit more practical, did the screeners integrate the neonatal hearing screening in their daily routine? Not the screeners, but the organization where they worked, the maternity hospitals, provided rooms and logistic support. So they were on our team. Over time, the referral rates decreased, and that's an indication of the screeners improving their skills. Parents agreed with screening, which is quite a clear result for their adoption. And the database administration went fairly reasonably well. Fidelity. And I think this is also an important one. The extent to which the agreements and prescribed protocols were followed during implementation. How was the screening carried out? Was it carried out as prescribed? And how accurate was the administration, the database? And we dare to conclude overall the screening protocol was followed fairly well. Some screeners violated the protocol. They repeated one screen at one day for 1 year, and you shouldn't do that. And sometimes the wrong protocol was used. I'm not really sure if that answers the question of Inger from Just. There were some administrative mistakes and a bit of a nuisance, a bit of frustration as 2 screeners at one clinic, the busiest clinic, with a high workload. They had a very high loss to follow-up rate, which has a big impact on the overall coverage. When I say coverage, it's not the right term, especially if we go to the definition of coverage now. The coverage is what proportion of eligible infants has been invited for the screening, and I'll go quickly over this one. All infants that were born in the target region were invited for screening. The attendance. What proportion of the infants attended the first, the second, and the third screening step? Attendance was high. I think the figures we have seen here already, 97% for the first step, and attendance 66% for the second step, or loss to follow-up, which is 100 minus the figure, 34%. So basically, a high attendance at the first screening step, and every next step, we lose children in follow-up. And if we look for reasons for loss to follow-up, travel times, I heard this morning before, is a reason, a hurdle for the follow-up. If they were convinced their child could hear, they were less prone to follow the protocol. And if there were distractors like other healthcare issues for the child, and the follow-up could have been forgotten or prioritized others than we would have liked. Stepwise and final referral rates, it's one of the indicators of quality. Inger addressed on this one. What proportion of eligible infants was referred for follow-up, screening, or for diagnostic assessment? And then 7% referral after the first step, which is somewhere in the region where the questionnaires came out. 10% referral after the second step, 44% referral after the third step. And what was really good to see is that the referral rates decreased over time with gaining experience, and especially in the clinics where there were more children to be screened. To conclude, we think an implementation of the neonatal hearing screening in Albania is feasible and appropriate despite continuing challenges. Acceptance was high for the first screen, so we should screen at the practical moments before discharge of the maternity hospitals, though 1/3 of the infants did not show up after each subsequent screening step. So data monitoring, as Berkena already said, is imperative. We should have a good system in place to look what's happening and to intervene if necessary. Workload is a point of attention. Good supervision, good coaching on the job, and especially if we're here with a club of model makers, we could calculate what would be the effect of dropping one step of the screening protocol. It will be good for the loss to follow-up, and then, well, we have to weigh what will be the overall effect. For me personally, when I started with this project, I was really eager to participate with the outcome of a sustainable neonatal hearing screening. So it was a bit of a celebration for me to hear that the government supported continuation of the neonatal hearing screening for the 3 provinces already, and I hope that things will get better after the COVID period, and things will continue nationally. A recommendation, the supervision and the database have already been indicated, and I think scaling up of pediatric audiological care, binding up everything we have and then growing from there would be, I think, a good idea. Also on diverse spots in the country to minimize travel time. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Questions for Martijn? Please, Lisa.
Did you examine the reasons for the high loss to follow-up in the very busy clinic?
Well, we tried our best, and there are different factors, and I would not really be able to answer the question is, what were the reasons for loss to follow-up? There has been a change in personnel as well that might be of influence. One of the factors which came up most probable is a high workload. So it's a busy clinic, they screened most of the infants, and they have less screeners, and they had some other activities going on there. So we assume it could be a time thing.
Well, is that because they weren't able to explain to the parents the significance of the findings? I mean, why is the time the issue of the loss to follow-up? That I don't understand.
Well, it could be, and it's just like I guess it could be. Well, there's another thing which is a bit of speculation. There are some motives to start with the first screening step and the follow-up screening step. Basically, were not as monitored as well. And while convincing parents with a busy workload, it could be one of the factors.
Yeah, but I wrote an article together with Andrea, and in the article that is submitted, we are more explicit about this. Of course, Martijn is a bit more careful in that, but there was insufficient supervision with some nurses in the busiest clinic. And it is, we had detailed data about all the children being screened by all the different nurses. And in the largest clinic, they had almost the same number of nurses than in the second largest clinic, which had 1.5 times less birth. And in this largest, busiest clinic, there were 2 nurses who had more than 79% loss to follow-up from going from the first to the second screening. So, and that also had to do with someone stopping her job, and that is also administrative. But it is clear that the supervision must be strict, and we discussed this in the EUSCREEN study, and then suddenly people from the UCL, from the University of the City of London said, yes, that has been described. There was an audiologist in New Zealand who screened her own ears for a year or so. So the supervision and the control really has to be very strict. And what also has been found is that the traveling distance is related to loss to follow-up, which is evident, but that was converse to what we had expected. We had expected that in the rural areas, in the mountainous areas, there would be higher loss to follow-up, but that was not correct. It was the people, the mothers who lived in rural areas and who gave birth in Tirana and then went back to their village. They didn't go back. And that has been described also in the big hearing screening study in Shanghai a few years ago. That the problem is that the mothers give birth in Shanghai and then they go back to rural areas and they don't come back. So the only way is to have screening immediately after birth, then you have 97% coverage. And what Martijn also said, probably it's better to limit the screening steps to 2. Now also I hear that Birkena has an answer. She is in the, she's not live in the Zoom meeting.
No, she chatted and she gave an answer on the last question just as
okay. Okay, so that is the question for Inger. Yeah. Because parents tend to bring babies with problem for checking more than well babies. So it is in part because the loss to follow-up was particularly outspoken in the well babies and not in the NICU babies. And the other thing is that they came back more often for checkup appointments. Okay. Another question?
There's another answer from the last sentence.
Yeah, we already discussed it. And then Inge?
Yeah. First, thank you for this presentation. Also to Birkena, it's very interesting, and I hope the best for the future for this screening program in Albania.
Yes.
And just now, Alison Mackey and our group, we submitted a paper that's about a review about the factors that impact the screening programs. And actually, one factor that had great impact on loss to follow-up was if the screening program was supervised by an audiologist. It doesn't have to be an audiologist performing all the screens, but that the audiologist or someone very knowledgeable in audiology was supervising the screening program. Yeah. And also the very big hospitals, many children, they have had this problem with overload of work. On the other hand, if there are too few births, they won't have any experience.
Yes.
So there is something in between that is working best.
Fits in what we have seen.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Then we will move over to the implementation of the vision screening in Romania, in the county of Cluj, and then we have 3 talks because there will be first there will be the presentation by Mihai Mara. He is a rural family doctor living nearby Cluj-Napoca, which is the capital of the province of Cluj, which is in Transylvania, in a more western part of Romania. And then we will have a talk about the measurement of visual acuity. That is also remote by Maria Fronius. And then finally, Jan Kik will present the implementation study in Romania the same way that Martijn has just done in Albania. So now we have to talk by, okay?
Hello everyone, my name is Mihai Mara, and today on behalf of the Cluj team, I will be talking about the implementation of visual screening program in Cluj County. In the beginning of the EUSCREEN project, it was estimated that the eligible population, meaning children aged 4 and 5, would be of 12,500. During the implementation period, we found the official numbers from the National Statistics Institute about the exact number of children aged 4 and 5. Unfortunately, these numbers were only reflecting the births, and we never found as many children as indicated by the official data. This is due to the fact that some families moved to another county or to another country, and to the fact that many children living in villages attend urban kindergartens. The budget was allocated for 14,000 children, from which 7,000 were in the city of Cluj-Napoca, where the screening was managed by the Direction of Social Services, DISM Cluj. The other 7,000 children were to be examined in the 5 smaller cities of the county and in the rural area by health professionals hired by the University of Medicine and Pharmacy, UMF Cluj. The medical staff who would examine these children were the school nurses from the kindergartens in Cluj and the smaller cities, and by the family doctors nurses in the rural area. UMF Cluj organized several courses for these health professionals in order to update their theoretical notions and practical abilities. At the courses, we welcomed both the nurses and the doctors. Apart from the 3 courses in Work Package 6, in 2018, UMF Cluj organized 2 extra courses for those health professionals who decided to join the project at a later time. In total, at the 5 courses, there were 290 registered persons, 233 who actually attended the courses, and 105 nurses and doctors who actually examined children in the 2 years of screening. The screening in the urban area was done in kindergartens by school nurses. In the city of Cluj-Napoca, 49 nurses hired by DSM Cluj examined 6,951 children. In the smaller cities of the county, 23 nurses hired by UMF Cluj examined 2,677 children. Some of the children they examined lived in the rural area but attended an urban kindergarten. The screening in the rural area was done by 29 nurses, from which 5 traveled and examined children in the nearby communes, by 2 traveling nurses who traveled and examined children in the communes where no screening has been done, and by 2 family doctors. In total, they examined 3,241 children. From the very beginning, the situation was not looking bright in the rural area. As you can see, from more than 200 health professionals working in villages, only 100 registered for the courses, and in the first year only 26 started examining children. This is explained by a lack of time of the overworked rural medical staff and by a lack of interest for any new activities that involves more bureaucracy. After the screening period began, we kept in contact with the rural health professionals by trying to persuade some to join the project and by encouraging those who already started the screening. The nurses who started examining the children told us on several occasions that the parents don't bring the children to the medical office for the visual examination, even though the nurses invite them several times. There are parents who don't find prophylactic checkups important and who don't take their children to the doctors, not even for the immunizations. This meant our strategy had to change. We started the project by examining the children in the family doctor's offices. But in the summer of 2018, we decided that in order to examine more children, the nurses should go in kindergartens and in nearby villages and communes where no screening has been done. As mentioned earlier, 5 rural nurses took our advice. In order to examine all the eligible children from a rural kindergarten, multiple visits were required. One visit to hand out consent forms and to explain the project to the teachers, and 1 or 2 visits for the actual screening. On these occasions, the nurses noticed there is a difference between the expected number of children in the kindergarten and the actual number of attending children. This can be explained by a lower attendance rate in the colder months and by the fact that some of the rural children attend an urban kindergarten or by the fact that they moved to another county or to another country. Seeing that more than half of the communes in Cluj County were not covered by the screening project, immediate action was necessary. Although not envisioned in Work Package 6, we all agreed upon the idea of hiring nurses who would travel to communes where no screening was being done and examine the children in the kindergartens. In March 2019, UMF Cluj hired the first traveling nurse, who in 10 months managed to examine 805 children in more than 30 communes. Knowing that she could not cover the whole county, UMF Cluj hired a second traveling nurse in May 2019. After just 3 weeks, after finding less than expected children in rural kindergartens and thus having an uncertain income, she decided to quit from the project. In November 2019, UMF Cluj managed to convince one of the nurses who in the previous year examined children from nearby villages to become a full-time traveling nurse. She managed to examine in just 2 months 135 children from 9 communes. This is a visual representation of the number of children examined each month in the project, with the lowest screening rate during the summer holidays. The red line represents the number of children examined each month in the rural area. As you can see, there is an increase in the screening rate that happened when the 5 rural nurses started examining children in kindergartens and in nearby communes. This sudden increase in the graphic happened after we hired the first traveling nurse. The final increase in the rural screening rate reflects the activity of the first and third traveling nurses. In the 2 years of the project, 105 health professionals managed to examine 12,869 children, representing 65% of the total eligible population as from official sources. 11.7% of the examined children were referred to ophthalmologists for specialty examination. From these 1,507 children, we managed to retrieve the result for only 28% of them. There are parents who did not go to the ophthalmologist. There are parents who didn't find it important to bring the ophthalmologist result to the screening nurse. There are parents who couldn't afford going to the ophthalmologist, especially parents from rural area. The most difficult part was to retrieve the results from the children in the rural area, especially from those who were examined by the traveling nurse, as she was not in direct contact with the parents, but only through third parties, such as teachers or school secretaries. An important aspect in every screening project should be monitoring the screeners. At the end of the project, it was noticed that 4 nurses, who in total examined 731 children, had 0 referrals. We re-evaluated the nurses' visual acuity measuring technique, which we found to be in accordance with the screening protocol, and in early 2020 we started re-examining the children, finding no major differences. Due to the pandemic, we had to stop retesting the children. After 4 years of EUSCREEN project, we can formulate the following recommendations. The screening in the urban area should be performed by school nurses in kindergartens. In the rural areas where there are no school medical offices, the screening should be performed by the family doctor and the family doctor nurse in their offices or in kindergartens. This activity should be remunerated, and the health insurance house should motivate the doctors to offer more prophylactic services. In the villages where there are no medical offices, or where the medical staff doesn't want to perform visual screening, this activity should be performed by traveling nurses in kindergartens. Retrieving the ophthalmologist results from the referred children should be the traveling nurse's responsibility. Furthermore, the traveling nurse could help the screening medical staff to perfect their screening technique. It remains to be seen who would pay the services of the traveling nurse and who would monitor this before-mentioned health professionals' screening activity. A strong recommendation for unitary results at national level would be using a single examination protocol nationwide, the protocol developed and used in the EUSCREEN project. Both the screening activity, but especially the treatment indications and the follow-up of the children detected with amblyopia, would be suitable to be performed by specialized personnel. In most EU countries, this is done by orthoptists trained in post-secondary optometric schools. Having such schools in Romania would be a good solution for detecting and managing vision disorders in children. In addition to early diagnosis of vision disorders in children, mainly amblyopia and refractive errors, it would be of particular importance to ensure their treatment in all social categories, and especially for children from disadvantaged families. In this regard, measures have to be taken by the Health Insurance House and by the Ministry of Health to ensure a minimum free treatment package consisting of glasses and occlusors. Thank you.
Is Mihai in the meeting? No. Okay. Are there questions? It may not seem special, the last two slides, but the two slides, that is really a major achievement, because it took Jan Kik and others quite some effort to reach an agreement with our team in Cluj, but it is really wonderful that full agreement has been reached. And we now have 6 recommendations for the EU and for the government in Bucharest, and we will write a report about this, and that is really good, considering the fact that in the beginning screening in rural areas was not considered possible. No more questions? Jan Kik will tell us more about the implementation study in Cluj, in the county of Cluj, and then as an intermezzo, Maria Fronius will explain the visual acuity measurement protocol that we have adopted for the study in Cluj, but that is also now our consensus recommendation for all of Romania.
Dear colleagues, dear EUSCREEN community, my task is to present a procedure for measuring visual acuity at childhood screening recommended by EUSCREEN as a result of lots of team discussions and the experience from the implementation study in the county of Cluj, Romania. Just to remind you, this was part of Work Package 6. The objective was implementation study of vision screening program in the county of Cluj, Romania. One of the specific aims was increasing the competences of screeners in vision screening. The role of Goethe University Frankfurt was to give methodological support for courses for screeners and for implementation of screening. So the task of the group was to find consensus about procedures for vision screening in Cluj County based on information from the EUSCREEN model, from the literature, from experience of screeners and clinicians and vision scientists. The next step was implementation and analysis of the program. And one of the results was a protocol for measurement of visual acuity in vision screening as recommended by the EUSCREEN study for implementation in all of Romania. The optimal age for screening was decided to be between 4 and 6 years. I would like to show why I would like to suggest the age to be closer to 4. That may be important, especially in some types of amblyopia. I will show data from a treatment study of amblyopia with eccentric fixation from our clinic in Frankfurt. We had the opportunity to record the wearing time of the eye patch with a microsensor attached to the patch. The left graph shows the recorded dose rate in hours per day as a function of age. Compliance, or recorded dose rate, declined with increasing age, so it becomes more difficult as children get older. The right graph shows the dependence of treatment success from age. So this is the proportion of the amblyopic deficit corrected, and it seems very clear that the most successful treatment could be achieved around the age of 4 years. Next question, which visual acuity test? Now, at this point, the group felt sometimes like in a Babylonian confusion because there are so many different tests, visual acuity tests and subtypes of tests, so that sometimes we didn't know exactly which test the colleagues were talking about and which procedure they were talking about for the assessment of visual acuity. And I will present some of the points of the topics. First question, which optotypes to use? Some countries use letters. However, in Romania, school entry age is late, so children between 4 and 6 are not familiar with letters. The European standard recommends the Landolt C. However, the Landolt C is difficult to do with young children. So it was decided to propose Tumbling E, which is a little less in quality than the Landolt C, however, a little easier to be done in young children. The chart that was used and which is also proposed for the implementation has Lea symbols on its reverse side. So if a child does not cooperate or doesn't understand the tumbling E, then it can be tested with Lea symbols. Next question, arrangement of optotypes in a line. We all agreed that no single optotype should be used, which is not at least surrounded by bars or other optotypes inducing crowding. Sometimes it is not considered, and even if there are several optotypes in a line, their spacing is so large that no crowding is induced, and only if the spacing is closer, then the crowded is induced, which is needed for properly testing for amblyopia. And I would like to demonstrate this with an example of a visual acuity measurement from a study in which we had the opportunity to test amblyopes with uncrowded and crowded Land.C. The visual acuity is shown in decimal and in logMAR, and this is the intraocular difference. With the uncrowded test, the patient had visual acuity in decimal of 0.8 and 0.6, in logMAR 0.1 and 0.2, intraocular difference was 0.1, so he would have passed a screening test. In the crowded test, however, his visual acuity was much poorer in the left eye. Intraocular difference was 4 lines, so he would clearly have been a case for referral. The chart proposed for implementation in Romania has spacing between the optotypes, which decreases with decreasing size of the optotypes. So crowding is induced and the chart is appropriate. Now, progression of optotype size from one line to the next, linear or logarithmic. Again, agreement that no linear chart should be used. Logarithmic means that every following line is 80% in size of the previous line. And if a chart has visual acuity values of 0.1, 0.125, 0.16, 0.2 in decimal notation, then it's logarithmically scaled and the steps correspond to 0.1 logMAR steps. Next question, assessment of visual acuity threshold can be done per line or per optotype. What does that mean? The European recommendation is that each line should have 5 optotypes, and testing will proceed until the last line where at least 3 out of 5 optotypes are recognized correctly. In assessment per optotype, each of the 5 optotypes receives a value of 0.02, and then one can have values like 0.42 or 0.44, and this is a little bit more complicated. In Romania, nurses will do the screening who don't have a special orthoptic or optometry training, so it's important to keep things as simple as possible. So that's why a notation per line with 3 out of 5 correct is suggested. Then the notation of visual acuity values. Modern charts show visual acuity notation in of different types and fractions for US, for UK, decimal, logMAR. Of course, it's important to choose the correct notation and especially not to confuse decimal and logMAR, because the numbers, the values look very similar but have very different meaning. Now, the notation depends on practice in the respective country. That's very important. In Romania, decimal notation is used everywhere, so it should also be used in the screening and in all correspondence. Notation should also specify whether tumbling E or Leah optotypes were used. Important point, referral criteria. It's very important to use tests with published age-related normative data for the specific test and age range. And I would like to demonstrate which difference it can make changing the referral criterion by one line. These are data from a study by Kaisman-Kellner and colleagues who did a screening study in a kindergarten, tested children between 3 and 6 years of age. The criterion that has to be achieved for passing the test was better than 0.6 decimal or 0.2 logmar. These are the data of the children who failed this criterion. And with the example of the 4-year-olds, I would like to demonstrate what happens if the criterion is changed by just one line. Then 10 children would be referred instead of 50, which of course makes a huge difference considering cost effectiveness of a screening program. More and more detailed recommendations can be found in the EUSCREEN manual, specifically in Chapter 9 and Appendix 1. And finally, I would like to thank especially Herb, our coordinator, for inviting me to participate in the consortium, his collaborators in the Netherlands for their tremendous amount of work, and the whole EUSCREEN community, from which I have learned so much about screening in Europe and beyond. I hope to be able to see many of you in person sometime in the future in a post-pandemic, post-EUSCREEN meeting. Thank you very much.
Okay. Maria Fronius is online in the Zoom meeting. And who has questions? I have a question, Maria. You were talking in miracles because you said if the threshold was raised by one line, not 50 children were referred, but only 10. And then you said that is good for cost effectiveness, but it could be either way. Can you explain? Heeft ze mij gehoord? Did you hear me? So Dennis is re-establishing the connection. So it needs a little bit more explanation. The relation between the threshold and the cost effectiveness.
What I wanted to say is that it may be a problem for cost effectiveness, or it can be positive. Depends on what you, how you look at it. Of course, it's much more expensive to have more children referred.
Exactly. As a matter of fact, we are in our department discussing this topic right at the moment, because in the Netherlands we have abolished the measurement of visual acuity at age 3. We had a very good research orthoptist, Marieke Telleman, who did a fantastic study with 8,250 children in the study by Freya Sloot. And she looked at the measurement of visual acuity at age 3, and she found that if the youth healthcare doctor and the youth healthcare nurses had adhered to the guideline, 16% of the measurements would not have reached the threshold, but another 16% failed altogether. So 32% of the measurements had to be done again, but not all of them were done again. So the youth healthcare doctors and the youth healthcare nurses disobeyed the guideline because the guideline was too strict. So now we were in the committee and we abolished measurement of visual acuity at age 3, and I still think it is a good thing. But now, very interesting, and this is ongoing research, Marieke Telleman has looked specifically whether the more severe amblyopes were detected preferentially at the visual acuity measurement at age 3. And that is a very, very difficult analysis, because there you have to also correct for increasing visual acuity with age of the children. But if she looks at the difference between the two eyes, then indeed she finds that severe amblyopia was more often detected at age 3. So that means that what could be considered in the Netherlands is to have a new visual acuity test at age 3, but then with a very low threshold. So this is and there is another study. There is the study by Hart in Göteborg. In Sweden, they lowered the threshold from 0.8 to 0.63 because there were too many referrals. Other questions? One of the orthoptists, Wijnanda, or Sjoukje, or Harry, you did a very large observational cohort study. Good. Then we will continue with Jan Kik. And Jan Kik will tell us the implementation study. That is the same as the first talk by Mihai Mara, but then regarded from implementation science. So again, with the implementation criteria.
Yes, well, we already saw the excellent presentation by the Cluj team on the screening in Cluj, so I will try not to repeat too much and really focus on the perspective of the implementation study. The objective was similar to the implementation of the hearing screening program in Albania, to gain insight into the practical implementations you encounter when you try to implement a pediatric vision screening program in a country where one does not yet exist. So, vision screening program was implemented in Cluj County in 2018 and 2019. All 4- and 5-year-old children were eligible. That was almost 20,000 children. And as the Cluj team already said in their presentation, they were screened by kindergarten nurses in the cities. And the idea was to have them screened by the family doctors, nurses in the rural areas, because in the rural areas, the kindergartens are too small to have resident nurses. Here we have a map of Cluj County in Romania, and you can see that it's pretty light. The darker a county is, the more rural it is. And Cluj County is actually quite urban for Romanian standards, with about 35% of the population living in rural areas. But in the whole of Romania, that's 46%, so that's almost half. So that is a major factor to consider, especially when the idea would be to scale up screening nationwide in Romania. Here we have a map of the where children were screened. As you can see, the purple are cities, and children were screened in the cities in 2018 and 2019. All the other ones are rural communes. In the green ones, screening took place only in 2019. So you can see that there was little screening in the rural areas in 2018, but especially because of the traveling nurse, we really managed to do a lot of catching up in 2019. The difficulties in rural areas, to start with, there were few nurses able to screen children because of all the rural family doctors, nurses Only 43% followed the course, and only 26% eventually actually screened children. So there were a lot of communes where there was no nurse willing or able to screen to begin with. But even in the communes where there was a nurse who was willing to screen and who invited parents to bring their children to the family doctor's office for screening, they encountered the problem that the parents, even when invited repeatedly, did not bring their children for screening. So, as an alternative, in the second half of 2018, the nurses started to go to rural kindergartens to screen children there, because at least there they could find the children. However, the rural kindergartens have low attendance. They also have fluctuating attendance, so that was another problem. Therefore, a traveling screening nurse was hired in 2019 to visit kindergartens in rural communes where no children had yet been screened. The nurse visited the kindergartens. She had to visit twice. First, she had to visit to meet with the kindergarten staff, to give them consent forms so the staff could hand these out to the parents and collect them and set a date for screening, and then she had to go back to do the actual screening. This was successful. The traveling nurse managed to screen 805 children in 35 different communes, which vastly increased coverage in rural areas. However, the traveling screening nurse did encounter some of the same problems that the family doctor's nurses encountered when they went to the rural kindergartens, in that there were few children there. And in some cases, there were other minor issues, such as kindergarten staff who weren't really interested in cooperating, or problems that that the kindergarten was so small that there was no suitable space for screening. And here we have the results of screening presented as a flowchart, starting with all eligible children, then broken down into eligible children in Cluj-Napoca, in the small cities and in the rural areas, then on to the children who were screened, and these are then broken down to in children who were invited for a repeat, children who were referred, children who were passed, and eventually coming down to the children for whom a diagnostic report from an ophthalmologist was received. Altogether, more than almost 13,000 children were screened. Coverage was very decent in the cities, 74% in Cluj-Napoca and 77% in the small cities. But even in spite of the large steps that were achieved in the rural areas in 2019, at the end of the study, still only 47% of eligible children there had been screened. Slightly over 1,500 children were referred, which is 12%, which is an acceptable referral rate. The referral rate was pretty high in the beginning of the study, as was the case with the hearing screening in Albania, but it decreased by half by the study's end, which was indicative of screeners gaining experience. Nevertheless, there was a huge variation in referral rates between individual screeners. There were 103 screeners, and 33 of these had a referral rate of over 15%, which is considered quite high. And there were, on the other end of the spectrum, there were 2 nurses who both screened more than 100 children, but did not refer a single child, which is
impossible.
That's a strong word, but yeah, that's kind of For only 28% of all the referred children, an examination report from an ophthalmologist was received. And again, here we have a difference between the cities and the rural areas of about one half, the 30% in Cluj-Napoca, 35% in small cities, and only 17% in the rural areas. As this was an implementation study, our focus was on assessing the implementation. We used a mixed method study design. We went to Romania several times to observe the implementation on site, which included observations of the actual screening. We had on-site interviews and focus groups. We had focus groups with screening nurses from cities and from rural areas, and we had a lot of interviews, I think altogether more than 60, with screening nurses, family doctors, and other stakeholders such as support staff, public health officials, and we even spoke to the vice mayor of Cluj-Napoca. The third method we used was that we distributed questionnaires among screening nurses and among rural family doctors to gain insight into their attitudes towards screening. And of course, last but certainly not least, the database with all the screening results that we thoroughly analyzed to get as good an understanding of what was actually happening. So just like Martijn did for Albania, I will take you through a couple of implementation assessment variables based on these different methods. The acceptability seemed to be fine because really everybody we talked to was if not enthusiastic, at least very positive about vision screening. They all said, yeah, it's important and it should be offered to all children in Romania and it should be free of charge. And yeah, they were all very positive about it. But that everybody was positive about it does, of course, not automatically mean that screening was also feasible. In the cities, the kindergartens were a very practical setting for the screening because these kindergartens are large. Some kindergartens in Cluj-Napoca have like 300, 400 children. So the nurses could screen a lot of children in a relatively short time and build up screening expertise rather quickly. The family doctors' offices in the rural areas were not a practical setting because, as I said before, the parents did not bring their children and there were a lot of rural nurses who simply didn't have time to screen because they have a huge workload, which also has to do with the fact that in the rural area, in the cities, there are 1.5 times as many family doctors as there are in the rural areas. The traveling nurse was a good solution, but it had drawbacks as well because the nurse had to travel a lot to screen what was in the end a large number of children, but to screen these 805 children in 10 months, that's a lot of trips to a lot of communes, and that was a couple of children here, a couple of children there, so it's very, it takes a lot of work and a lot of traveling. And of course, because the traveling nurse screened the children and then went back again, tracking the follow-up was even more difficult than otherwise, because then it was up to the kindergarten staff to try and get the diagnostic reports from the ophthalmologist, because the traveling nurse didn't come back to the village again after screening. The screening itself, based on our observations, was largely carried out according to protocol. The appropriateness. According to the nurses, most of the parents were positive about vision screening and reacted well to it. There were parents who refused consent. In some places, a few, in some other places, a little more, but in general, our impression was that most parents consented. Although I have to say that we did not do research among parents. So everything we know about parents is second-hand from nurses, doctors, and others. As I said in the feasibility screen, the family doctors, they have simply too much other healthcare and preventive healthcare priorities to be able to screen in the rural areas. And then they also mentioned that it is difficult to convince parents to cooperate because they have a lack of awareness of the benefits of preventive healthcare and often a low health literacy in general. The traveling nurse had little contact with parents, and she also encountered varying degrees of cooperation by the kindergarten staff. Most of the kindergarten staff we spoke to, also the kindergarten staff in rural areas, thought that screening in their kindergartens was a good idea, and they didn't think that it was too much hassle or too much work for them, and they were happy to cooperate. And they also said that most of the parents reacted positively. Again, the family doctors that we talked to, they were a bit divided on that. Some said, well, yeah, the parents will cooperate, but others said, I don't think so. So on a lot of these issues, opinions were divided. The adoption. In the interviews, most people said, again, that they thought vision screening was a good idea, and they were eager to participate. We talked to nurses in rural areas who also said, yeah, it's important, and I would like to participate, but I have a practice with 3,000 patients, and I simply don't have the time to screen, to do visual acuity measurement in children. And this was the same, the family doctors said this as well. They said, we don't have time to do this and do all the paperwork involved. The kindergarten staff thought vision screening is a good idea, and they were inclined to cooperate. If we look at the screening results, then we can see that of all the nurses who followed the screening courses over the 2 years of the implementation, 71% in Cluj-Napoca and 74% in the small cities actually screened children, and 61% of the nurses from rural areas screened children. The fidelity, how did they do it? Well, in the interviews, the nurses all said that they thought that the course was very informative, and they felt they had adequately learned how to screen children, and they felt confident to perform the screening adequately. The traveling nurse, of course, was very confident because she really screened a lot of children, which really helped her to build up her expertise quickly. When we observed the screening, we observed that the nurses performed screening according to protocol with few minor exceptions here and there. And when we look at the database with the screening results, we could see that there were outliers among the individual screeners, nurses with both very high and very low referral rates, and the two nurses who both screened more than 100 children without referring a single one. For nationwide vision screening in Romania, based on our assessment of the 2 years of the implementation in Cluj County, we came up together with our colleagues in Cluj and elsewhere to the following recommendations. First of all, in the cities, the vision screening should be performed the way it was in the implementation study by the kindergarten nurses in the cities, because this worked well and no need to change this. In the rural areas, we should create conditions so that the family doctors or the family doctors' nurses can screen children, and we should emphasize that the screening should consist of visual acuity measurement at age 4 and 5. Based on our experiences, we have come up with a guideline, as explained by Maria Fronius just now, that should be used in all of Romania. And since there will obviously be problems in rural areas in other counties as well, especially since a lot of counties have a lot more rural areas than Cluj County. Every county should have a traveling nurse, so children can be screened in rural communes where this would otherwise not be possible. This is, however, in our intention, a temporary solution until the second recommendation, enabling all the family doctors or the nurses to screen, can be realized, but we have to be realistic and realize that this is not going to be accomplished in 1 or 2 years. This is a long-term process. And finally, to facilitate the treatment of rather large numbers of children with amblyopia, with necessary occlusion treatment, there should be training schools for orthoptists created, because once screening is fully underway and up to speed, there will be many more children referred than the ophthalmologists currently in Romania will be able to examine and treat, especially as this is quite an intensive work. These were our recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There will certainly be questions. Harry.
Yes, thank you very much. Very nice. But do you now mean two tests at age 4 and 5, or 4 and 5 is the correct age range in which? Yeah. Okay. Good.
Well, I think our idea was that the test should be done at 4, and if the test is negative, then that's it. But if it's positive, then it should be repeated at 5. Am I saying that correctly?
Yeah.
And if children miss the 4 age, they could still come for a 5-year age, or?
Yes. Yes, that could be a solution as well for children who missed the screening at age 4.
It is important. Of course, this is very difficult for the government in Bucharest to pay for. But one argument in favor is that now, in principle, screening can be reimbursed at any age. And the family doctors may screen children, but they have to screen all 15 or 20 points, and they get a reimbursement. But the number they get reimbursed is much lower than the number of children living in the village. So what we say is no reimbursement anymore for other ages, only for measurement of visual acuity at age 4 and or 5, and that's it. And we hope that the government in Bucharest will swallow that. But it is really good that we have reached full consensus, where we really started with great difficulties. And what I noticed from the presentation by Mihai Mare, that he has added a sixth point of recommendation, that the treatment is free. Because, for instance, the patches are not reimbursed by the health insurance, and instead they have cotton with a patch, so a very primitive way of treatment for the poor children in the villages. So free reimbursement of the treatment of amblyopia is also a sixth point of agreement. No more questions? Shall we then have lunch, and then we come back at 1:45? Is that good? And then we go over to a heated debate about photo screening. Welcome back to the final dissemination meeting of the EUSCREEN study. We had lunch and we will continue our session. There is only one session this afternoon, and that is about photo screening, and that is a controversial topic. So I invited Professor Mario Anci from Padua to also be moderator on this session, and I can tell the people who are watching by internet that this is a balanced session because the two moderators disagree on several issues, and I think that's a good starting point. And as a first presentation, we will have Dr. Bart Overmeijer from Kind en Gezin, which is now called Kind en Gezin en Opgroeien in Brussels, and he will tell you about the latest status of vision screening in Flanders. So, shall we go to that?
Thank you very much, I'm so happy that you will do discussion so I can concentrate on the talk. Wonderful. So I'm happy that on behalf of my friends and colleagues from Antwerp, Belgium, I can present to you new data, relatively new data of the vision screening. And the first slide can come up. I do this with, you explain me, with this. Great, oh, okay. So, Flanders is the northern region of Belgium, probably you know, and that's where we speak Dutch. The good thing is that it's very good to live in Flanders, and as you know, and as colored on this map, for the moment, Flanders is green. Corona spoken is green, so I'm very safe for you all. So that's important. So you can discuss with me without risk, okay? We have the southern part, which is Wallonia, and we have the capital of Brussels, which is always a little different, which is more Europe than Belgium. The preventive health care in Flanders is organized by the government. Many years ago, it was Kind en Gezin, child and family. But recently, the name has changed and it's become opgroeien, growing up. This is because we don't give only medical advice, but we look more at a broader image of the families. We support them, we give them education, and we control that. Part of the preventive program, of course, is screening. And as you know, we will talk today of screening, and I'm very happy that we can be here as well. There is many things we do in screening. We do the hearing screening, we do vision screening, we also follow the neurodevelopmental outcome of children, we follow the growth, we give advice for feedings. Recently we will start also with hyperbilirubinemia screening and so on. So many things are together in the fixed agenda we have on the Preventive Health Organization. Concerning vision screening, we do the detection of amblyogenic risk factors to prevent amblyopia, which we heard already a lot of this morning, very good talk, so that's what we do. Many years ago, it was done with a plus optic system, but relatively recently, in 2018, it has changed. We do it with a kind of an application, and there were several reasons to switch. It's not the government themselves who make the decision, but it's on a board of professors from the different universities in Belgium. They advise us, and based on literature and on the opportunity, we have changed the way of looking at the children. From 2013 to 2018, it was the binocular plus optics device, and from 2018 on, it was the Go Check Kids. This is an application which is just on an iPhone, and as you know, with that, you can do the screening. Why this has been chosen? It was a coincidence of many factors. It was not because the literature was so robust. No, there were some data, but it was in smaller populations. But we had the opportunity that we just needed to change all smartphones for all nurses in Flanders. And with this change in this new version of smartphones came the opportunity that we could implement this application and that we could go to this vision photo screening. So it was a coincidence like that.
Based on an advisory board of professors, we've chosen for that. And we started from 2018 to roll out the screening. It was very good, it was practical, because the nurse could carry it with them. They do it on the well baby clinics, but they also could do it at home. When it was very difficult for the parents to come to the baby clinics, then they could do the screening at home. It was easy to standardize, and it was relatively easy to the nurse to get them trained. All nurses get the training, and it was okay without big problems. The good thing also was that the app was automatically updated. Every time when there was a new program, a new software, we get it for free. I have to underline that this is absolutely free and not mandatory screening in Flanders. We see the children at different time points and it's just offered to them, so they're not obliged to follow the screening, but most of them do, and I come back on that back. Here you can see what's our coverage rate. The coverage rate is not so bad. In green, you see the coverage we had with the plus optics. And the blue columns represent the GoCheck kits. As you can see there, in 2016, there was a kind of decrease, and it was because we changed from 24 months to 30 months of screening. So it was a little reorganization. In 2020, as you can see, there was a less coverage, but this was because during 2 to 3 months, the screening was put on hold by the corona crisis. And now it's running again, and the numbers for 2021 so far are very good. Here you can see the coverage percentage of children tested per year of birth. So it means, if you look at 2017, it's for the children born in that year. So they are tested 2018, 2019. In the beginning we had a coverage of about 70%, which gradually went up, and now we are about 85–86% of coverage. The denominator are all the children which are born in the Flemish region in Belgium. So this is all the children together. On this slide, I can show you the different testing moments. Normally, we test the children at 2 ages, 12 months, and the second test is done at 30 months. The blue columns give you when both tests have been done. So N number 1 and number 2. Of course, that's most of the children. The orange one is only test 1, and it is lower. And only test 2 is very low. And fortunately, there is not so many children, and that is the yellow, who have not been tested. But altogether, we reach about 80–85% of coverage. How much do we refer? I've seen this morning in many other countries also referral rates 10%, 15%, and indeed, we also had in the beginning about 11–12%. I'm very happy that Parinas will explain in detail how we did it many years ago with the plus optics. She will give you much more detail than I have, but these give you the trend, and you can see that from 2012, 2013, it was little going down, but we were worried about that. And the threshold for referral has been revised, and after adjustment of the referral criteria, we came to a decrease from birth year 2014, and now we are about around 6 to 7% of referrals, also with the new device. Because we were not so quite sure if the GoCheck Kit apps, which we use now, is really validated internationally. There are some studies, there are publications about it, but it's not on big populations. So very recently, last year, we set up a prospective trial. And in collaboration with the University of Leuven and with the big hospitals in Bruges, we will test 500 children. They will be screened as usual, so the protocol will not be adapted. We do it the way we do it now. And all those children, after informed consent and so on, will go complete free, absolute check by pediatric ophthalmologist in the university hospital. This will give us the possibility to see what's the quality of those referral thresholds. So that's a study which is going on now, and it will run for about 1 year. We are hoping that with this study we can go more in detail and we can see how far we can rely on this GoCheck Kit. So for 12 months at vision by screening by kind en gezin and an additional full eye examination, as I explained to you. The main objectives of the study is determining the sensitivity and specificity of the GoCheck Kit's app photo screening, the positive and the negative predictive values, and to see whether what we use now is correct and if it's a good cutoff value. However, we realize that we have a lot of more challenges to do, because the validation is one thing and optimizing referral thresholds is another thing. But in Belgium for the moment, the big issue is that it's very difficult to have timely assessment of the children after referral. And there is a long waiting list with child ophthalmologists, and what we see is that we need to improve the feedback from the diagnostic reports, and that is something we need to work on. But that's the plan for the coming years. And that's it. I said I keep it very short, so that's the overview. And I refer to the moderators and to Parinas, who will go more in detail. Thank you.
To continue this discussion, I'm going to talk about the implementation of the Plus Optics photo screener for pediatric vision screening in Flanders in 2013. So what is the Plus Optics photo screener? It's an auto refractor which can detect the risk factors for the development of amblyopia, such as the refractive errors and strabismus. However, what's important to know is that Plus Optics does not meet the visual acuity. So here's an example of how the Plus Optics captures its data. First, patient data is filled in, and then a screening result will be pointed out. It's a refer or it's a pass. The result will be set in about 10 seconds, so it's a fast method. So our aim was, well, what is this? What is the Plus Optics, and why is it implemented without actually any evidence? So we went to Flanders. We performed a field study, and I performed interviews with Dr. Christel Boulaert, which was at that time the main head of Kind en Gezin, which Bart van Overmeijer told us before. It mainly consisted of the questionnaires, and we also performed the literature data, which Professor Horwood will discuss later. The domains of the questionnaires were as follows: the Plus Optics screening device, the screening professionals, vision screening policy, and participation in vision screening, and of course the costs and diagnostics. So this is how it looks like, at least it looked like when I went there in 2017. About the data analysis, I will not discuss that because Professor Horwood will discuss this later. In 2013, the American Academic for Pediatric Vision and Ophthalmology and Strabismus created referral criteria after photo screening. The first version was in 2003, and it was adjusted in 2013. The first version in 2003, it was the referral criteria for anisometropia if it was higher than 1.5 diopters. As there were too many children referred, they changed it in 2013 to 2 diopters. And you can see the other scales. The hypermetropia was 3.5. It was changed to 4.5. Astigmatism was 1.5. It was changed to 2 diopters. And for manifest strabismus, it didn't change. The results of the vision screening in Flanders in 2013 and 14 are presented. Normally, as discussed by my colleague, the visual acuity is measured at the ages of 3, 4, and 6 years with the e-chart in Flanders. And since 2013, they implemented the Plus Optics photo screener at the ages of 1 and 2.5 years, but not for the detection of vision, but for detection of risk factors for the development of amblyopia. In 2013, in total, 80% participated in this vision screening between the ages of 0 to 3 years old. And in total, 9.2% of these children were referred, and of these, 2.1% were treated. The following table shows the reason for referral. As you can see, the numbers are different in 2013 and in 2014. This was mainly because Kind en Gezin changed the referral criteria and raised it a little bit higher because there were too many children referred. The main reason for referral was astigmatism, which was 49%, and in 2014 it became 36%, which is a big difference. Of the follow-up results, so of the children at age 1, 8% were referred, 13% of these were treated, and of which 56% with glasses. 3.7 of these were treated with glasses and occlusion therapy. And we noted that between 2011 and 2016, the number of children wearing glasses increased at age 4 from 4.7% to 6.4%, which is about 35% more prescription of glasses. So coming to the next conclusions, in Flanders, photo screening was added to the existing population screening at the age of 1 and 2.5 years. And as said before, between 2011 and 2016, the number of children wearing glasses increased at age 4 from 4.7 to 6.4. However, it is unknown how many cases of amblyopia were prevented in their development by prescribing more glasses. What was confusing in the literature study was that amblyopia and risk factors for amblyopia are used as one primary outcome often, which was very confusing. And furthermore, the relation between the size and the sort of the refractive error or strabismus and the increased odds to develop amblyopia is still not known yet. And to answer that question, we need further study, which my colleague will discuss in later, but it should be carried out with a prospective study in which 2 large birth cohorts will be studied, and in which one of them at age 1 will get the glasses and the other one will not. And then you can finally say, or give an answer to this question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who would like to pose a question to either Bart Overmeijer or to Parinas Dostamzad? Please.
I've got a question concerning this application, Go Check Kids photo screen. What do you think? Maybe we should make it possible to give it everyone, to the parents, I mean. So make it possible to download on your own smartphone.
Thank you. Indeed, I think it's a very logical question because parents, and especially young parents, are becoming very good in applications and in smartphones. But nevertheless, I think we have to be careful because you need a certain amount of training and the conditions have to be there as well. So the child has to look at the smartphone. There are to be certain conditions who have to be done. So I think it's not yet okay to give this for parents. So it is an application which should be used by trained health personnel. It should not be a doctor, but I think it's very important that it's by the nurses.
But we can learn parents how to do it, yes. You can also make the application which will check if we do it correctly or not.
Yes, indeed, but that's built in. So in the algorithm of the application for the moment, there are already some control mechanisms. So there's three possibilities. Or it's a correct image. It means that the child is looking correctly into the lens. It can be not good because it is not sharp because the child has looked away, has moved or whatsoever, or it's red. In red it means that there are kind of accretions in the pupils who mean that there are refractive errors. And then immediately it's clear. After the algorithm of the application, there is always a control from the images which are not absolutely sure by a group of experts. So it's not only the app itself for the moment, but there is also a human factor after it. Of course, they do not control all the images. It would mean that was 100,000 per year in Belgium would not be possible, but selected images who are not clear enough, they can be controlled. And then sometimes it asks to retake the picture, so take a second photograph. Which is also important is that the lighting in the room is not too much and is not completely dark. Also this is important. If you are a nurse who is trained for the application, and even if you go on home visit with the parents, you can say, okay, this is not enough, not in the sun, and so on. When you do it in the Well Baby Clinic, then it's standardized. And these are all factors which are very important. But I agree, if you can learn it to a nurse, if you can learn it to a doctor, then you can learn it to a parent, teach it to a parent, I agree. But it takes a lot of time. And to prevent that there will be too much referrals, that's the reason I think we should build it up slowly and step by step. But I cannot exclude that in the future, maybe parents can do this. There are applications for everything, for skin diseases, for other things, so maybe not. The big challenge for the moment in Flanders we see is that after the referral, there is the bottleneck. Because to have a very good advice from a pediatric ophthalmologist, that is the difficult point for the moment, because they have too much work, and that's important. And of course, the good question is, should we do it at 12 months, only at 30 months? I think we have to resolve that first before giving the application to the parents.
More questions?
Yes. I don't know exactly how it works, the Go check-in. Can you specify the parameters? What are the cutoff? And yes. Is it able to detect high refractive error, like high myopia and astigmatism?
Yes, that's possible. But then I refer to my colleague, who is, I hope, still listening, because we have the table of the cutoffs. And the cutoffs are set up, the diopters, on which you refer or not refer, and the difference for the astigmatism and the other ones, they are predefined by the company. And they were detected after many, many trials in the beginning. But okay, they are fixed, but you can adapt them in the algorithm. But I'll let you reply to my colleague if she's there. Maaike, are you there?
Can join the Zoom meeting right now. The presentation can be stopped. Ja, die mag ook weg.
Ja.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. So about the cutoff, it is so that in the algorithm of GoCheck Kids, the numbers aren't diopters, so it are different numbers to the cutoff values. But we can say that we can detect more the high hypermetropia, and so it's because the The Go Check Kids app works very fast, even faster than the Plus Optics. So we have noticed that we can detect, for example, hypermetropia better than with the Plus Optics before. But further research is necessary, and we will be able to give more data in the future about that.
Thank you. Okay, more questions? Hardy. Who has the microphone?
Yes, thanks. Very nice. But is there a reason why you do this new research at year 1 only first and not at the 2.5 years?
Yes, but I can answer, but maybe Maaike, you can reply? If she's...
Okay. So it's definitely also because of the feasibility for a study that we chose the 12-year-old cohort. Also because it's definitely in that age group that many people are doubting about the necessity of screening. So we thought to start with 12 months. Maybe if the study goes very fluently, maybe we will include also 30 months afterwards, but we'll start with the 12 months old.
There is a question by Maria Pinto, who is now not still in the Zoom meeting. No, huh? The question is there any orthoptist collaborating in screening in Flanders? Or is it only youth healthcare doctors and youth healthcare nurses?
Mm-hmm. I don't know.
No,
I have an idea, but I think it's better
the case. No.
But Maaike knows, yes.
Okay. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Hello.
All right.
Is there any orthoptist collaborating in screening Flanders? Or is it only youth healthcare doctors and youth healthcare nurses?
Okay, thank you for the question. So in our setting, it's okay.
Medicine doctors and engineers, yes.
Yes. I hear a delay, so it's difficult. Okay, I will answer. I hope it's good timing because there's some delay. I hear. It's so that in our setting we work with healthcare nurses. I think it would be good, maybe. There's an echo, so maybe the microphone of Maria.
Okay, I can.
Oh, great, thank you. So in our setting, we work with healthcare, youth healthcare nurses, so not orthotics. Of course, for the study we will be setting up now, we will work with the orthotics of UZ and also the pediatric ophthalmologists. But the screening is done by the nurses of our youth healthcare setting.
Remote. Can Anna Horwood pose the question herself?
Of course, for the study we will be setting up now, we will work with the orthotics of and also pediatric ophthalmologists. But the screening is done by the nurses of our youth healthcare.
Yeah.
Oh, good. We had 2 answers.
Yeah.
Oh, very good.
My question is anybody monitoring the very long-term outcome? So at age 7 or 8, are children offered treatment very early better than later?
Yeah, that's important.
So the question is there monitoring, do you know what the outcome is at age 7 or 8?
Yeah, for the moment, yeah. It's indeed that in Belgium, in Flanders, it's organized at 2 levels. We see the children with kind en gezin and opgroeien up to 3 years. And of course, they are not gone. All the data then are transported to the school system. And in the CLB, they have also the data of the children. What we plan now to do is to couple the information we had at the early age with what is the outcome later. Not only for the screening, but also, of course, for the reports coming back. So there is a possibility. For the moment, this is not yet automatically. It's not completely in the database. And we're working on to have a coupling between the information we get from the children, the referrals, the diagnostics at early age, with the outcome at later age. And this is one of the very important things we have to do. I think it's very important, thank you for this question, because one thing is having a good coverage and a referral, but most important, of course, for all the program is to see what's the outcome. And that is one of the things we need to study also much more in detail. But there is a possibility, and we're working on that. Thank you.
In that regard, may I ask you, Dr. Overmeijer, if the number of children wearing glasses at age 4 has increased by 35% over 5 years' time. And nobody knows in Flanders how many cases of amblyopia have been prevented from developing. Don't you worry about the 35% that the parents have to pay extra for the glasses?
Well, let me reply like that. You are giving numbers I'm not aware of. Because the numbers you're giving, we are very in doubt of that they are correct. I think this is the first thing. It's not because there are some questionnaires and people and data around. I'm really doubtful about these numbers you're quoting. So the first thing I would like to do is to see what's really happening. And there I can follow you completely. If you want to do some science and you want to improve a system, then first you have to observe what is going on. And just relying on some questionnaires or on all data which are not cleaned, we are not sure, I think this is not correct. So first we have to detect what are the real incidents of the problems in Belgium, how many children are wearing glasses, and there's different ways, you know that much better than I do, to find this out. I think this is the first step, and then we can make conclusions. Of course we can improve. I'm absolutely sure that we can improve on many fields, but before stating that there is a very let's say untoward evolution, or has been an untoward evolution, for that, before I can accept it, I need numbers. I need to be sure. And I'm not aware of good numbers. I'm still waiting for that. Maybe we cannot have them anymore from the past, but we will make that there will be good numbers in the future. I think that's the first thing. I absolutely agree with that.
Yeah, but these figures were reported before you got your job at Kind en Gezin by Cécile Carin and Christine Boulaert, both from Kind en Gezin, about the period 2011 to 2016. So there's little doubt that if the organization itself counts these figures, that this rise is realistic.
Well, I think this is a very strange discussion, because I like to discuss about real things. And these numbers, I've looked them up, I've tried to collect them. Show me the papers where they are.
But
and
you should ask Cécile Carin and Christine Boulaert. I know one is no longer working with Kind en Gezin, but then it would be very nice if you would do a new measurement. How many children are now wearing glasses?
Yeah, that's very true. Yes, that's very true. But I'm becoming nervous that people, it's like the social media, they pretend there are numbers, but I've never seen quality numbers and data from what happened many years ago. Okay, I don't want to protect someone, I don't want to defend anyone, but please, if we start with Looking at data, let's collect them correctly. And I'm very doubtful if there are very good collection of data, and that's the problem. So if you start with some data which are not robust, which are not good, and of course they come from my colleagues, because they did it, they were responsible for it. But first we have to clean the data, and before publishing something, I think that has to be robust, and then you can make conclusions. I think you agree on that. That's everything in science. If you take data which are not controlled and so on, then there is a problem, then there's a risk. And that may jump to wrong conclusions, because crying out that it's not good, I agree, it's not perfect. But the extent to which there are problems, we should look more in detail before we do that. And I'm the first to help to have a very open and very correct publication of the data. I will go back into the database and look what they've done. But I've seen now that many things could maybe be better. And that's the first thing you do. Cleaning of the data is very important, and being objective. And I would love to work again with Christel Boulaert and with Cécile Guérin, with all the other ones, and Erwin van Kerschaven, who did it before, very good. But I think now we have better ways of collecting data, and that's very good. Let's try to do it better and to improve everything. That's the reason we are here, and that's the reason I'm so happy to listen to the discussions, but I'm not the expert. I'm just there for collecting good data. So,
good. Yeah. Thank you very much, and now we will continue with the video by Sanda Ruskele from Latvia, from Riga, and she will talk about exactly the same problem and from the optometrist point of view.
Good morning. My name is Zanda Ruskole. I'm optometrist from Eye Disease Clinic in Children Clinical Hospital in Riga, Latvia. Today I wanted to tell you about children vision testing in Latvia and our tryings to improve it. Since the times when Latvia regained its independence, each ophthalmologist from the regions was sending handwritten letters with data about children they have checked to Children's Hospital, where one ophthalmologist was collecting them. By the time this connection disappeared. Now, I would say that we don't have vision screening. We have full vision examination, which is done in age of 1 year, 3 years, and 6 years. They are funded by government and free of charge for parents. Full vision examination is done by ophthalmologists with cycloplegia, retinoscopy, ophthalmoscopy, and other tests. Everything sounds very good, isn't it? But number of ophthalmologists who are seeing children is decreasing. Queues are increasing from 150 days to almost a year, and practice shows that changes in this system needs to be done. When we were filling EUSCREEN questionnaire and looking for data, we found that 3- and 6-year-olds only 30% come to examinations. And there were so many blank spaces we couldn't answer at all because of no appropriate data collection. I want to insert a short slide about Latvia in numbers. Our population is 1.9 million, 17,000 born a year, so approximately 51,000 prophylactic vision examinations a year, 300 ophthalmologists, not all of them are seeing children. We were thinking who else can perform vision screening without adding additional costs on training and equipment. In Latvia, since 1992, is partly government-financed master degree in professional optometry. There are no orthoptic education program yet. There is no screening specialist yet. There are general practitioners, pediatricians and nurses. Why do we need change system? First, because of low attendance. Second, Cycloplegic eye drops are used for all children as a result of crying and scared children and sometimes parents. There are no statistical summary about vision testing results of all countries. Red flag diseases are not discovered on time. 1 year is too late to look for congenital cataract or retinoblastoma. So, we developed suggestions about early screening until 1 year of age. First, neonatologists would do red reflex test when discharging from maternity hospital. General practitioner or pediatrician would do red reflex test when they have regular GP visits at 1 week, 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, and 12 months. If any changes is found in red reflex test, then seen by ophthalmologist. Ophthalmologist would do full examination for risk group patients. What is risk group? Those who are born prematurely, weight under 1 kilogram and 500 grams, difficult pre or post childbirth anamnesis, family history of ocular diseases, children who are observed by geneticist, neurologist, rheumatologist, endocrinologist, or other specialists after their recommendation. If parents have complaints about eye size, strabismus, differences between red reflex, eyelids, or any other. Okay, but what about further screening? After EUSCREEN meeting in Poznan, we were so inspired to create vision screening in Latvia. But at that moment, cost-effectiveness model showed really high numbers. It was too expensive, so we were looking for ways to improve it by using what we already have. We were looking for answers. What is the best age to do screening? Who should perform screening? What test or combination of tests filter false negatives the best? To answer these and other questions, we did a research. Aim of the research is provide suggestions what is the best way to screen vision for all children in Latvia, discuss the appropriate time to do vision screening, identify warning signs that require referral to specialist, understand how often vision disorders are found in regular eye check. We had possibility to cooperate with optics and optometrists for 2 months who agreed to open few times a day to see exactly prophylactic screening children free of charge to see how many of them are interested in checking vision, do they have complaints, to perform wide variety of tests without drops to see results, to see referral rate, because those who had lower vision or any other vision defect were sent to further full ophthalmologist examination to see which of the test filters false negatives the best. Like a control group, we opened additional times in hospital for these screening patients by optometrists and ophthalmologists who are working with children all the time, all free of charge for parents. We had just 2 months, but responsiveness was very high, mostly because of availability and closeliness to home. During vision examination, we included wide variety of tests, from vision acuity, binocular, monocular, distance, near, stereopsis, binocular vision, distance, near, testing tropias, phorias, hypermetropia test, motility, pupil responses, retinoscopy, indirect ophthalmoscopy, red reflex, and others, to see which is showing us the most. Calculating specificity and sensitivity for each test separately, we can see that none of them gives us 100% sensitivity. Interesting that in age of 6 years, visual acuity norm should be 0.8 because by leaving 0.6 we can miss smaller refraction defects. Instead, in 3 years of age, difference between 0.5 and 0.6 it's not so big, so should be seen together with how child is acting. Is he shy or no? Then we analyzed different combinations of tests, and highest sensitivity we got combining visual acuity, monocular distance and near, autorefraction, mostly to see astigmatismus, cover testing and red reflex test. As a result, we made suggestions about criteria. What is out of normal vision? For example, media pastis or no binocular vision is out of norm, or less than 0.8 vision in one or both eyes at age 6 to 7 years. Looking at this table, at first, it seems like quite high norms, but just 10% of children didn't match criteria, and 6% was refractive changes. So if we add optometrists in vision screening, referral rate goes down to 4% or less. Next question we had, what is the best age for screening? We divided children by age groups to see did they understood visual acuity test with Snellen E letter, and approximately 30% under 3.5 months didn't, and almost all 3.5 and older answered and understood the test. Here we were looking of importance of screening. These data show all of those who didn't match the criteria. So they all had some kind of vision defect, and if you are looking how many of them had complaints before coming to vision examination, just 6%. So 94% didn't have any complaints, but their vision didn't match our criteria. Instead, here we were looking on all of those who did have some kind of complaints about, and just 7% of them didn't match our criteria. 93% of them did match the criteria. We didn't find any real vision changes, but the parents was complaining about the children is reading in small distance, using smart devices a lot, or their eyes get dry or red after using the smart devices. So our suggestions about further screening is to do ophthalmologist, optometrist, or trained nurse would do vision screening in age 3 to 4 years and 6 to 7 years of age. Here you can see a test that we would suggest to perform. It would be done without using cycloplegic eye drops, and approximately it would take in time approximately 10 to 15 minutes. In conclusions, in vision screening we found that just 10% of children didn't match our high criteria. Any screening method should be designed to reach the optimal balance between sensitivity and specificity. Research shows that vision screening can function as a teamwork between optometrists and ophthalmologists. By including optometrists, referral rate goes down by 6%, covering a larger percentage of children, finding vision problems faster, test faster with less effort from parents, and higher cost effectiveness. Vision screening program should be redesigned in Latvia, including optometrists. Electronic data collection and analysis system should be included in national e-health system. There is no one scenario that fits all the countries. It's how can we maximize resources that we have to be sure we are making the most to improve the health of our children. Our suggestions is submitted in National Health Department, but still improvements and changes are made all the time. We were so impatiently waiting for this meeting to see results and ideas. What else can we do? So I would highly appreciate any comments or suggestions that any one of you have. Thank you very much for your attention. Have a great evening, and I hope to see you soon. Bye.
Thank you very much, Sandra. Who has questions? I have many questions, but Harry has a question. Professor Harry de Koning, he is our national pope of screening for cancer mainly.
And hip and language and so on. But thank you very much, very nice. So I was wondering, you showed yourself that maybe going from 3 to 3.5 years is already a little bit better for some reasons. For instance, pronouncing the E, I understood. For Romania, you say, well, maybe we should go to the 4 and the 5 years. So my question would be, should you maybe not even go a little bit later than the 3 years, basically? I guess this is a good start, or more than a start, but would there be an option to be a little bit later than 3 years of age, going to the 4 or 5 years? I don't know. That's a question to everyone, I think.
Sandra.
Thank you for your question. I hope you can hear me well. We were thinking about increasing the age, but for amblyopia, it's better to discover it at 3.5 or even earlier, or 3 years than at 4. And at 3 age, a lot of preschoolers start to go to kindergarten. So we haven't changed it yet. It's like a question, because this is the point where they check for the kindergarten and do vision check examination. So we will think about this, but already at 3.5 they could answer almost all of them, the tests, and do everything as we wanted to.
So feasibility. Yeah, thanks.
More questions? Sandra, may I ask you, do you have orthoptists in Latvia already?
Not yet, no.
But it will come, maybe?
Yes, I think in near future will. There is a lot of paperwork still. Even optometrists are here for more than 10 years, but they are still not included in many in screening or so. So maybe by the time it will change even more, but for now it's just ophthalmologists, optometrists, and nurses or GPs, more in periphery, who are performing vision acuity checking.
In the Netherlands, the visual acuity is measured 2 times, and it costs something like 15 euros for 2 measurements of visual acuity. How much does an examination by an ophthalmologist or by an optometrist cost in Latvia?
Right now, full examination is 12.50 euros. But this is like the full cost which government is giving, and the ophthalmologist gets even less of this sum.
Okay. And Anna? Yeah? Anna Horwood?
Yes, I was just going to say, in the UK, we moved in 2013. The whole country recommendation moved from testing at 3.5 to 4 to 4.5 to 4 to 5 years. So the children in the UK have just started at school. we didn't find any difference. A big national audit of all the orthoptists and all the screening data didn't find any difference in outcomes, but the coverage increased dramatically because we weren't relying on the children being brought to a screening. They were being tested in school, but coverage went up from 60% to 98% in some areas. And so the outcomes were no different, but because we were testing the children where they were and the parents didn't have to bring them, we were catching all the children who may not otherwise have been brought to screening. So we've had a very positive experience. And as orthoptists, we were very worried that we would be missing out on treating amblyopia by treating them a year later. But in fact, the outcomes the visual outcomes were identical, and the coverage outcomes were dramatically better. And that's the UK, British and Irish Orthoptic Society survey, so that's published. Thank you.
Yes, that's also the reason that in the Netherlands, now the second measurement of visual acuity is done mainly in the first class in school, when the children are 5 years of age, that the coverage is so much easier to reach almost 100%. Are there more questions? No? Shall we then continue with the talk of Anna Horwood, also pre-recorded, but she's also live in the Zoom meeting, and she's going to tell us about the evidence and the cost effectiveness of photo screening.
Hello, I'm so sorry I can't be with you today. My remit from Reading has been to try and work out whether photo screening for amblyopia is cost effective. Basically, amblyopia screening looks either for low vision itself, the refractive risk factors that the vision might be low, or both, or maybe more, strabismus and colour, for example. Visual acuity screening is typically inaccurate before 4 to 5 years, and it's very skilled. But it does mean that these children referred later, but they're treated and diagnosed quickly because they're cooperative. And in fact, of the referrals, 70 to 80% of them will only ever need glasses as their treatment. But this treatment does start later, so it may be that the outcomes are worse, and certainly occlusion is definitely about a line worse if you start treating it later. Photo screening looks for risk factors that amblyopia is likely. It allows early referral and prescription of glasses, hopefully to reduce the prevalence of amblyopia. It can be automated, so it's less skilled, less variable, but there are high referral and untestable rates, and it's not possible to tell which child with risk factors would actually have been amblyopic if you hadn't treated them. Children get observed for longer, and the question is, are the outcomes better? First of all, we started out doing a systematic review about what's actually happening. So what does the literature say versus what you're telling us is actually going on around Europe? In the literature, photo screening is often a standalone one-off test, and the results report success in detecting risk factors, not detecting amblyopia or actual low vision. And so comparisons with visual acuity screening are often difficult or impossible. And often there's very poor long-term follow-up, so we don't really know the comparative outcomes. You've been telling us that photo screening is very rarely used as a standalone test. There are multiple screens, it's often added to visual acuity testing. It's often done by very expensive people, and there are different referral criteria, and countries sometimes tweak them because referrals are excessive, for instance. And very few of you were able to tell us costs and final outcomes. It's not even agreed what the target condition is. Is it reduced visual acuity? In which case, how much better is early treatment, say at 3 versus at 5? How much does children suffer from delayed referral? If it's refractive error, how much does very early glasses benefit children visually in detecting and preventing amblyopia, or educationally and socially? And if they're looking for strabismus, how much does the small angle matter if they have a cosmetically not noticeable squint and their vision's good? The fact is that screening goes looking for amblyopia but finds refractive error, and once it's there, everybody's going to think they should treat it. The visual acuity screening case mix is a few false referrals, and the fewer the better the tester. It will refer a large number of children with refractive errors which reduce their vision. A lot of them will immediately come up to normal with the right glasses. Most of the others will also come up to normal without occlusion, just with glasses alone. And there will be some mild amblyopes who usually do quite well with occlusion quite quickly. And then the important ones, the very few severe amblyopes who need more intensive treatment, who might get a worse outcome if their treatment starts later. You might miss toddlers with severe low vision that isn't noticed by their parents, so that might be developmentally important. And you will miss sometimes quite moderate refractive errors. With photoscreening, you pick up refractive errors. There are many more false referrals and untestable children. But it doesn't tell you whether they actually have reduced vision, and it doesn't tell you if they've got strabismus or amblyopia. But some amblyopes will probably be prevented, but not all of them. What you'll miss is some pathology. You'll miss small angle and intermittent strabismus, non-refractive amblyopia, and mild refractive errors and moderate hypermetropes. So, for instance, children at risk of accommodative squint. The typical course from photoscreening referral is early referral, lots of children are referred, given glasses, then will be amblyopic. So you've prevented a few of the amblyopia getting worse or developing. A lot of children will have borderline results or they're untestable, so they will need monitoring until they're older and often aren't treated until they're a bit older. They will need more visits because they're referred younger but discharged at the same age, but the outcomes for a few will be slightly better. Now, these are some examples that I've put in using the EUSCREEN interactive model, and these are the parameters that I put in. They're derived from real examples or from literature, and so basically for all of the runs I put in a lot of the common things, so prevalence, how much amblyopia is going to be reduced by photoscreening, similar staff, similar attendance at diagnostic assessments. So these are the common parameters I put in. You need to be very careful that if you're putting in sensitivity and specificity figures from data that you're using from the literature, that you're clear whether you're talking about risk factors or actual amblyopia detection in terms of success of the test. So this is the first run. If you've got a cohort of 6,000 children, if they turn up, as we'd expect, about 4,800 might turn up. The model predicts that 576 would be referred, of which after diagnosis 451 would actually be given glasses. 48 amblyopes might be prevented, and it's going to cost €334,000. 451 children will be given glasses at the age of 3 for 48 amblyopes prevented, and that's if they all wear the glasses. If we compare that to a good visual acuity screen at age 5, because often at age 5 they're in some sort of compulsory education, you'll get a much higher coverage, but you'll get a much lower referral rate because you will only be picking up children with actual low vision rather than suspected low vision. Because you're not referring so many, a lot fewer will get glasses. You'll have much lower equipment costs because photo screeners are very expensive. You'll have lower treatment costs because fewer children are having visits and getting treatment, and so you've halved the cost of the screening and diagnosis, mainly due to having more referrals. Even if you have a poorer screener, so if you don't have quite an expert screener and your sensitivity and specificity reduce a little bit and your referral rate goes up, it's a little bit more expensive, but still a lot cheaper than photo screening, and probably more cases are being missed. If you then add photo screening to a visual acuity screening at 5, which is what's going on in a lot of places around the world, you're testing the similar numbers of children, but what's happened is that the first screen has actually picked up most of these children, so the majority are already being treated. But they may get screened again, and that definitely happens. And so this cost of the second screening, you still bear the cost of seeing a lot of children, but actually your yield of referrals is much less, and that cost is added. You have reduced the prevalence of amblyopia a little bit though. So that becomes the most expensive cost at all. So in fact, a single expert screening at 5 could be 65% cheaper than photo screening at 3 and vision screening later at 5 to prevent 48 amblyopes. But remember that most of those amblyopes, even if referred at 5, would still achieve pretty good vision. Should we perhaps divert funds to training really expert vision testers and more public health education rather than more expensive screening? Your country has to decide its priorities. Do you care about detecting amblyopia, strabismus, significant refractive errors, or all refractive errors? Do you want to detect every child with any problem or every child with a significant problem? And then when do you want to treat them to perfect, or just reasonable vision in each eye, or reasonable vision in at least one eye so that they don't become a burden on society? And that will determine your choice of screening. Do you care who pays? Are you interested in only saving costs for your department, or for the cost to diagnosis, or the long-term care to health services, parents, insurance companies, and public health people? So what do you want to invest in? Are you going to invest in high-tech options, a multiple or single screening, or just better training for testers doing a simple test? Screening is always better than no screening at all, but every country must decide on the affordability of what they can afford, the capacity to support increased early referrals in stretched systems, whether preventative treatment to a population is going to be acceptable. Are parents going to make their children wear glasses if they can't prove that they've got poor vision? And if the treatment uptake is poor, is it justified to go out looking very early if the parents aren't going to take up the offer? The unknowns are, does earlier detection, prevention and treatment lead to cost-effective societal outcomes? That's a really important question. What level of refractive error drives the risk of amblyopia? Does a mild refractive error in the preschool years actually harm children's development? We really need this data. And if the longer-term outcomes of later occlusion is a little bit worse, 1 or 2 lines, how significant is that 1 line to that child? And does enforcing glasses on very many young children justify the marginally better outcomes and increased costs and possible disadvantage of unhappy parents and children? I've learned that it's complicated, that we need to audit and share data much more. The right answer may well vary from country to country, and it may not depend on just the screening stage. It definitely depends on what happens to these referrals. And we should be paying more attention to public education and tester training. Thank you very much.
Mario? Thank you very much. Anna, you are... Ik denk dat je er meteen wel even op het scherm kan zetten. You have joined the Zoom meeting, and we can pose questions directly to Anna Horwood. Shall we then continue with the last talk first, and then bring the discussion together? Anna, is that okay?
Yep.
Because fine. Surely there will be a lot of heated discussion then. Okay. And then the last talk will be given by Annelies Bruinenberg, who is going to tell us about her study that hopes to answer some of the questions that have been raised in the session.
Wacht, ja. So good afternoon, everyone. I will basically pick up where my colleague Parinas Bustamzat left off, and Anna Horwood as well. So basically quite some things have been said already about photorefraction and whether it is cost effective. But I think before we can actually assess the cost effectiveness of photorefraction, we should know more about the actual effectiveness of treating children with high refractive error on the development of amblyopia. So that is basically what we try to do by setting up the early glasses study, which is a randomized controlled trial investigating the effect of glasses for high refractive error at age 1 on the development of amblyopia. There it is. So basically now in the Netherlands, visual acuity is measured at age 4 to 5 at children's healthcare centers to detect amblyopia. In Flanders, however, as Parinas stated earlier today, photorefraction of young children is currently practiced nationwide at age 1 and 2.5, in addition to the measurement of visual acuity from age 3 to 6. And it's quite remarkable that we still don't know how many cases of amblyopia were prevented by implementing the photorefraction and treating children of age 1 and 2.5 with glasses when the refractive error is high. So I think we can all understand the reasoning behind screening for refractive error at a young age. We know that amblyopia results from a blurry image on the retina and that it is associated with high refractive error. We also know that amblyopia is treated effectively with glasses and by patching the better eye several hours per day. So would it not be better to prevent the development of amblyopia altogether by prescribing glasses to all healthy children of 1 year old with high refractive error? And that's basically what we are investigating. So in our study, the EUSCREEN 2003 criteria were used to define children with high refractive error. And they've already been discussed previously, but basically it comes down to a hyperopia of more than 3.5, an anisometropia of more than 1.5, astigmatism of more than 1.5 when it's with the rule or against the rule, and in case of oblique axis astigmatism, astigmatism of more than 1. And as shown also earlier today, the EUSCREEN 2003 criteria were more strict to lower the referrals based on these criteria, but they were considered too restrictive for our study, so that's why we used the EUSCREEN 2003 criteria. Our primary study outcome is the occurrence of amblyopia among children with high refractive error at age 1, with glasses and without glasses at age 4. And in order to improve the power of the study, we also stratified the main outcome based on measured visual acuity at the final examination, and then we repeat the analysis per stratum. Secondary outcome measures are the relation between refractive error at age 1 and the visual acuity at age 4. We know, or we see in children that present themselves with amblyopia, that often they also have high refractive error. But there is basically no evidence relating amblyopia to refractive error at age 1. And it might as well be that it is not so much refractive error at age 1 that is correlated to amblyopia, but maybe the increase or the lack of decrease of refractive error in the years that follow after. And there is some evidence or some science that might suggest that this assumption is true. If you look at very old studies from Matt Abrahamson from Gothenburg, that also showed this. What we will also investigate is the occurrence of amblyopia at age 1, which has not been examined yet. We will look at the type and severity of refractive error at age 1, which has been studied before in large population-based studies, but not very often yet. And another thing we will measure, I just remembered that I did this, is to measure electronically how well the glasses are worn. Treatment compliance is an important confounder. Probably lots of children that receive glasses don't actually wear them. And in many studies, treatment compliance is assessed by questioning parents about how well glasses are worn. And what we will try to do is to electronically and thereby objectively measure how glasses are worn by placing a small chip, fix it firmly to the glasses next to the temple, basically measure its temperature difference between the two sides of the chip. And then after 1 week, we will remove the chips during home visits and we will analyze the recorded data. Finally, we will also look at the effect of glasses for high refractive error at age 1 on early literacy. And the reason for this partly is that Marjan Kulp and her study group have demonstrated that uncorrected hyperopia is associated with worse performance on a test of preschool early literacy. And this is a test that was basically designed to identify children who are at the risk for literacy problems by assessing skills that are needed for reading and writing proficiency. And Just as Marjan Kulp, we will also use the test of preschool early literacy, the TOEFL, which has documented evidence on reliability and validity, and has been used by many other researchers as well. And we will also use components of the EGS Mulle and of the NEPSI-2 in order to assess general cognitive development of these children. So how is the study designed? In order to obtain a random sample of Dutch one-year-old children, we recruit with the help of children's healthcare centers. And as 97% of all Dutch children go to these centers, potentially an almost random sample of children could be recruited for this study. Refractive error is determined very accurately by study orthoptists using retinoscopy, while the pupils are dilated with cyclopentolate eye drops at age 12 to 18 months. And only the children with high refractive error, like I discussed before, the children with refractive error exceeding the AA plus 2003 criteria, are then randomized into two groups. So one group is randomized to the intervention group, receives glasses at age 1 and is examined 1 to 3 times a year by the study orthoptist. And the second group does not receive glasses, but is also examined 1 to 3 times a year by the study orthoptist. This will be an estimated 8% of all children. The remaining 92% that do not have high refractive error will have their visual acuity measured at the CHE, this is the Children's Healthcare Center, at 45 months. So in this flowchart, I try to summarize the study structure a little bit better. So children present themselves at the CHE at 11, 14 months. And this is where they are made aware of the study and where they are requested to register for study participation by leaving their contact information on the study website. After parents have done this, I can contact them and I will schedule all eligible children for study inclusion and first measurement by the study orthoptist. The study orthoptist will then measure refractive error between age 12 and 18 months, and only the children with high refractive error are then randomized into a group with or without glasses and orthoptic controls, and the remaining group is seen by the Children's Healthcare Center. At 42 to 48 months, final orthoptic examination will take place, and this includes a visual acuity measurement and an early literacy test. And in the case of the third group, visual data will be collected from the CHE at the end of the study. So at the moment, 4 healthcare organizations participate with children healthcare centers. One is Regio Harderwijk Ermelo Putten. The other one is region Utrecht, Leidse Rijn, Vleuten de Meern. We have a region in North Eindhoven and another pretty large region in North Limburg. Probably also Amersfoort-Vathorst, which is the remaining region, will also join later this year. And the orthoptic examinations take place near these CHEs. So by the end of the study, before analyzing the efficacy of the study intervention, we will first perform a marginal test using logistic regression on the 4% children that have high refractive error but did not receive glasses, and the 92% of children that did not have high refractive error. And then we'll try to predict if refractive error exceeding these AA plus 2003 criteria at age 1 is a strong enough predictor to justify treating all children with high refractive error with glasses at age 1. And if we do find this, then we will analyze whether and to what extent treating children with high refractive error at age 1 with glasses prevents the development of amblyopia. So the study started about 2 months ago, and we will recruit until the 1st of July 2022. Total study duration will be an estimated 45 months. And thus far, we have included 34 children that already have been examined also by the study orthoptist. Another 30 children are eligible and scheduled for the first study visit. And of all these investigated children so far, so the first 34, 2 children have been randomized to the intervention group and 2 children have been randomized to the control group. So we are still at the beginning of our recruitment period, and we expect the recruitment to go up, but it's noticeable already that not nearly all eligible children are being recruited for the study. And one of our biggest challenges, or obstacles as you might say, is having to deal with Europe's new General Data Protection Regulation, or the Privacy and Security Law, which is considered one of the toughest data privacy and security laws in the world. And I think, as you can see in many international studies, is that they use patients as a study population instead of a random sample of the population. And our study was designed to obtain a random sample of the Dutch population, but in order to actually obtain a random sample under these conditions is quite challenging. Ideally, in our study, the youth healthcare physicians and the nurses should keep a contact list of all parents that are interested in participation in the study, and this is now forbidden by the GDPR. And to obtain a random sample, under these conditions is hard, because we now rely heavily on the initiative of parents to actually register on our study website, because I can only contact them after they have left their contact information on the study website. Of course, we will continue to look for ways to improve recruitment, and I think even if we continue at this pace, we should be able to assess some important issues by the end of the study, like the predictive power of refractive error at age 1 on the development of amblyopia. So on that note, I want to end the presentation, and I want to thank you all for your attention. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Mario.
It's a very nice study, very important results. Did you notice a contradiction between the EPOS criteria that are without psychoplegia and the fact that you are studying children with psychoplegia in the inclusive context? Did you calculate the difference? Because EPOS did not use psychoplegia when they established the cutoff.
But then you would recruit even less children.
Yeah.
I mean, this is, now we have 10% at most, and then it would be maybe 3%. And the EPOS criteria 2003 were changed because they referred to many children.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so we tried not to be too strict in order to recruit enough children to actually have enough power to say something by the end.
I would only suggest, if you permit,
please,
to add a non-psychoplegic evaluation of the refraction of children with a photorefractometer, just to compare the result, because some children are able to compensate for the defect, and that should be information that is very important to see if they will become amblyopic or not. A non-psychoplegic plus a psychoplegic evaluation. You should add two different informations.
I think for scientific purposes, it is best to use the cycloplegic refraction. Yeah. But your study would also be very interesting. I think that Anna nodded her head. Did you agree or not with that? Or your sound is off?
Oops, there we go.
Yeah.
We need so much more data to make these decisions, and I think it's really difficult to try and get us. As we're saying, getting a good sample is the first step, and get enough children. And I think we need so much more data than we've got at the moment, and people are being forced into making decisions from where they are rather than from where they'd like to be. And I think we just need to keep on working at it.
It is important to understand that the main outcome measure is done only in the 8% with high refractive error. So the 8% with high, or maybe 10% with high refractive error is split in two, and 5% gets glasses, 5% does not get glasses. But the other 90% also has the same visual acuity measurement at age 4. So Annelies first does a marginal testing, a sort of conditional testing, and then she uses the 92% who are not followed up by the study orthoptists, but go back to the child healthcare centers. And at the end, she gets the visual acuity measurements, and then she measures in 96%, that is the 92% or the 90% with no high refractive error, plus the 5% who were randomized not in the glasses group, and correlates that with the occurrence of amblyopia. So it is very important, and it's difficult to understand, it's very important to answer the question, is it really the children with high refractive error at age 1 that get amblyopia at age 4? Or are there also many children with amblyopia coming out of the group with no high refractive error, out of the 90%, and maybe that group has increasing hypermetropia, and the Göteborg group, Sjöstrand and so, they already showed that increasing hypermetropia was a risk factor 15 for the development of amblyopia. So that could also be true. So there is a main outcome measure, randomization of the maybe 10 or 8% with high refractive error in 2 groups, but then there is a conditional test beforehand that explores the relation between refraction at age 1 and amblyopia at age 4, and there you need far less patients. There you can take the whole group.
Should be very nice also to study if the untreated group with high refractive error, hyperopic, will emmetropize better than the treated group. That should be another very
something that we can...
That's a good idea.
Yeah, that's a very important point.
This
we
is a
follow
new
both groups with high refractive error very narrowly, so 1 to 3 times a year. So this is something I think we can actually look at really closely.
Yes, that's a good idea. That should be added. Huh? So to what extent the wearing of the glasses changes the refractive error?
I suspect it will. You stabilize the hyperopia with glasses. You allowed an emmetropization without glasses.
Okay.
Without astigmatism, without strabismus.
Okay. Well, we see. And Annelies will measure the glasses wearing compliance electronically. So you get really good data.
Last question, sorry. How do you check amblyopia 1 year of age? How can you do it?
Yeah, so basically our study orthoptists do their whole...
Can't hear it?
Could you hear the question?
Sorry.
It's my fault. I ask how they measure amblyopia at 1 year of age, because in my mind, amblyopia is measured by visual acuity, generally speaking. So what are you using at 1 year of age?
So basically, the study orthoptists determine whether they suspect amblyopia at that age, based on they're specialized in investigating children at this age, and they can kind of, by doing different tests, get a feeling of if a child has amblyopia. But to make sure, we will also collect data after these children have been referred, because the minute we start doubting about whether it's going well or not, we refer these children to a treating orthoptist or ophthalmologist. And then we will check after if it was actually amblyopia or something different.
Wijnanda, you have seen the most studied children. How do you determine whether a child 1 year of age has amblyopia? Can you stand up? Microphone.
With the mic.
I look to the position of the eyes if there's no strabismus, the motility, and the prism test, which is very important, I think, to see if there's a kind of binocular vision. And after they have got the drops for the dilating the pupils, well, you can determine quite exactly if there's a possibility for an amblyopia.
And the following movement, the pursuit movements. Pursuit, volgbewegingen.
The pursuit, yes, well,
yeah.
When there's nothing, they're not coming back, and otherwise in half a year.
Yeah.
And when they get the glasses, I will phone them after 3 months to hear how it works, if the child is wearing the glasses.
Yeah.
And when it's dramatic, then I think I will ask them to come earlier back.
Excellent. Good. More questions? Please.
So based on it depends on what question you, sorry, ask your
so
question
how big
first?
is the study? How many children do you need? And it truly depends on the question, but.
Yeah, so to answer the main question, whether the glasses are effective for high refractive error at age 1 on the development of amblyopia, you need quite a large group because basically we're interested in the effect between children with high refractive error, which is only 8% of all children. So for that, based on our calculation, we would like to have 1,700 children, which is much more than we have now.
1,700 to get the 8%, or once?
No, in total. So we need to recruit 1,700, so 1,700 children. And to answer the other question, which is also very important, of course, which is the relation between high refractive error at age 1 and visual acuity or amblyopia at age 4, we need way less. So for that we calculated a minimal sample size of 135, which by this rate I think we should manage.
And you had a question. Yeah.
In addition, I may ask you, are you using grading acuity tests as well, like let's say the tele-acuity cards or the Cardiff test later on, or?
We use the tumbling E and the Lea symbols for visual acuity.
I mean, early on, because the question was for the babies at the age of 1 year, there might be, I don't know, we are using tele-acuity cards, preferential looking procedures to get an idea. I know it's not as accurate as a tumbling E later on, but to get an idea of the visual acuity in this early age.
Yeah, so at least from age 2.5 for the orthoptist, it's possible, I think, to measure visual acuity. And before you kind of get a feeling for visual acuity based on other tests, right? So I think maybe Vananda can explain a little bit better.
That's correct.
Anna, would you like to comment? Do you think that the controversies that you explained will once be resolved or not?
I think they'll certainly be helped. There will always be questions, but actually to do something prospective like this with a control group is really important, because the problem with the literature is that it's getting that comparative data of early detection and long-term outcomes with different models of screening. It's so difficult to get a handle on whether early detection and treatment makes a difference on a population level rather than for an individual child. Now, I'm an orthoptist, and obviously for an individual child with amblyopia, everybody would prefer to get the treatment over with, get the parents involved, get it done quickly. But on a population level, if all this effort and all these early glasses and all this early occlusion on difficult to test and difficult to treat children is only making a marginal difference and is costing a lot, then maybe that cost isn't acceptable to some countries. Now, in some countries with very high health awareness, it might be totally acceptable to do it. But in other countries, so for instance, Mihai was saying in Romania that parents are reluctant to even bring their children, let alone adhere the treatment. So is that going to be cost effective to put a whole load of resources when perhaps you should be putting resources into educating parents first and then doing a lower cost, quick screening to pick up the really worst cases, rather than if you live in the Netherlands or the US or the UK, where there's pretty good high acceptance of treatment and little children in glasses is quite acceptable. I think it isn't just about the numbers as well. It's about whether it's acceptable and how much better are the outcomes. So as I said, it's a lot more complicated than it would appear to be.
Excellent.
Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. More questions?
Last question.
Yes?
If in the group of untreated children you have a squint, you will give glasses, I suppose.
When children develop squint or amblyopia, then we refer them so they get their proper treatment.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then they reach the end point of the study already.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
For them, the moment of referral is basically, or shortly after they've been referred, is our final examination.
Mm-hmm.
Has Annelies been able to convince you now? Have you changed your mind?
I'm interested.
Okay.
She's not.
Okay. Okay, maybe thank you very much for this afternoon session. We will now drive to the Zaanse Hans, and we're not with so many people, and I can have 5 people in my car, and maybe there are other people with cars, and then we can just drive together, because the bus will go there in an hour from now. And if you want to go to the hotel first, you can do that, but then you have to take the train to Zaandijk, Zaanse Schans, and get off the train and walk 1 kilometer. So what shall we do? How many people are there here with cars, or are the cars all at the... You have a car? And I have a car?
She has a car.
And you have a car? So what we could also do is that 3 cars drive all these people twice back and forth, and then we're done. I think that would be fastest. Or are there people who want to go back to the hotel? Inge, your husband is here or at the hotel? Yeah. So shall we then drive twice with 3 cars up and down, and then we're done? And the Zaanse Hans is very easy. You drive on the west side of this street, north, and then I think the second bridge on the right, you see 6 windmills, and that is the Zaanse Hans. And then you go over the bridge, you drop Parinas, the 4 people out of the car, and then you come back. And then the second time, you can put your car at the private parking, a very luxurious parking in the front of the Zaanse Hans, but then you have to say that you're going to eat in the restaurant The Walvis, restaurant The Whale, because then you can park there. Is it okay? So we have 2 other cars. And there's a car of Parinas, and who had the other car? Tessa, hè? Ja, Tessa had die other car. Ben je tevreden? Ja, goed? Ja, het is toch heel goed gaan, hè? En ook die discussie vanmiddag. Ja. Nee, ik ben echt, het is perfect gedaan, die jullie. Het is zo mooi. Alleen dat linkerscherm.
Hoe snel ging het?
Dus bijvoorbeeld die laatste sessie morgenmiddag moet echt op dat grote scherm. En je kunt die hele tafel iets een meter naar voren zetten.
Are there children who you say you're going to treat no matter what?
Okay.